Hello and welcome to JumboCast and to Sol Gittleman Park for today's baseball non-conference matchup between the Warriors of Eastern Connecticut State and the Jumbos of Tufts University. The Jumbos come into the day 1-0 on the season, having defeated the Brandeis Judges 26-5 on Wednesday. The Warriors come in today 0-3, having lost most recently to Shenandoah 5-1 last Saturday. My name is Justin Loker. I'm joined on the call today by Jason Straight and Brian Becker. Jason, what can we look for from the Warriors today?
Yeah, Justin, great to be here. For me, I think the 0-3 record for Eastern Connecticut State is a bit misleading. I mean, they're coming 2 years off of a national championship and 1 year fresh off of a 35-12 year where they won the Little East Conference. They've played Shenandoah, who is, according to D3 Baseball, the best D3 team in the country. So they're not as bad as 0-3 as it looks. I'll go through the lineup here. Leading off for Eastern Connecticut State is Jason Claiborne in right field. After that, Ray Leonzi at center field. Number 3 is Lucas Malavi, third baseman. Batting fourth is Ryan Parent, playing at first base. Batting fifth is team staple Zach Donahue at shortstop. Batting sixth is Alejandro Soriano, playing left field. Seventh is Jared Clark, who is playing designated hitter. He hit the only RBI for the Warriors in their last game against Shenandoah. Batting eighth is Hank Penders, starting this year at center, replacing last year's catcher. And batting ninth is Emmanuel Zeiter, playing second base.
All right, and Brian, what can we look for today from the Jumbos?
Yes, Justin, thank you for having me on. Jumbos had a great season last year. They won the next CAC, and in my opinion, Jumbos need to do good on base. They need to get on base, just like they did in their blowout win against the Judges, and they also need to be aware, and that starts with Malcolm Whitfield. He had 2 stolen bases against the Judges, 5 runs, 3 hits, and he is their catcher today. Along with that, let's get into the starting lineup. He's batting leadoff, Malcolm Whitfield, catcher number 11. Ben Leonard, number 10, is the DH, second up. Batting third, Henry Fleckner, number 7 at center field. Number 19, right field, Cooper Smith. Number 6, John Fritz, left field. 34, Connor Flavin at first. McCullough at second. Number 8, finally, Patrick Solomon, and then Ozzie Fleischer at short.
And now as we await the 1-0 to Claiborne as he flies it to left center, Fleckner will get under it for out number 1 after 2 pitches from Pedeswa.
We've had a change in the starting lineup. Originally, Ozzie Fleischer got the nod, but it seems like the coach made a different decision to start Pedeswa.
Pedeswa deals, ball 1.
Yeah, and I mean, it was good getting Claiborne out there in 2 pitches. He's probably been the Warriors' best player for probably 2 seasons at this point. And Pedeswa gets him out on 2 pitches there.
Certainly a much nicer day today than we dealt with last Wednesday. Today's weather 41 and overcast, but most importantly cloudy as that ball is grounded to Fleischer over to Flavin for out number 2. As I was saying, fairly rainy for most of the game on Wednesday against Brandeis, but a nice no rain predicted today until 9 p.m., which is always appreciated.
Yep, Justin, that is great. And we have Lucas Malave up, who is still looking for his first hit of the season, the transfer from Catholic University.
That's what deals strike 1. That ball's in the turf. Nice block by Whitfield.
Podeswa looking sharp early here. He tied for first in the conference in wins last season, and another strike there, swing and a miss. He's looking sharp so far.
The Jumbos and Wednesday getting off to a strong start, 4 scoreless innings behind the efforts of Silas Reed. That ball is called strike 3. Caught him looking to end the inning. 1-2-3 go the Warriors as Podeswa, easy as you like. That'll be it for the top of the first, and the Jumbos will come up to bat in a couple of minutes.
Jumbo bench is amped up here. That was a nasty strikeout by Podeswa.
And coming up for the Jumbos will be Malcolm Whitfield, Ben Leonard, and Henry Fleckner. Cooper Smith batting cleanup if any of the first 3 reach.
And we see number 36, Hank Penders, over there at the catcher spot. I had mentioned earlier this was his first year starting at catcher. The past couple of years, Eastern Connecticut had their stalwart catcher, Matt Malcolm, who led the team with 15 home runs last season. And so he was not only a big part of their defense, but a big part of their offense as well, and it'll be interesting to see how they make up for it this season.
We also have Malcolm Whitfield batting leadoff here. He didn't get a ton of chances last year, but he has talent, and we're going to see that throughout the season as it progresses.
Yeah, to that end, you can look at the Jumbos off-season a couple of ways. Of course, losing most of their pitching staff, including their closer Brendan McFall and their ace Connor Kinney, and of course losing one of their starting catcher Connor Bowman, as well as their DH/right fielder Jimmy Evans. Yes, those are major losses, but it also gives you a chance to see what the rest of your team can do. And based on the Brandeis game on Wednesday, I would say, I mean, this roster still looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'd agree, Justin. And I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see against Eastern Connecticut State. I mean, they're facing a very good pitcher here in Matt Mooten. He had 2 complete games last year, and just overall very sharp.
Wooten's leadoff dealt for strike 1. As the commuter rail comes by, that ball's low. Merrifield, excuse me, not Whit Merrifield, Malcolm Whitfield swings through for strike 2.
The newest Philadelphia Philly.
The 1-2 from Wooten is flared into shallow right as Whitfield reaches safely to begin the bottom of the first for the Jumbos. That will bring Ben Leonard to the plate.
Wooten's been pitching it low, and that one slightly high pitch just gets a good swing, and it's hit shallow to right field for a nice single.
Yep. And Whitfield, I mean, he was 3 for 4 last game, 5 runs. He can get on base. And I mean, it's rare to see a catcher leading off for your team, but if he can get on base and steal bases like Whitfield can, I mean, you got yourself a great leadoff hitter.
Ben Leonard last year across the whole season batting .276 with an OPS of .771, so not a bad performance. That ball is grounded to Zeiter. He'll just turn 1, get Leonard out as Whitfield advances to second.
They just follow the ball.
Yeah, with Whitfield's speed, I mean, there's no chance of turning a double play there. Smart play there to throw to first and get Leonard out.
That'll bring up the center fielder, Henry Fleckner, the 2-sport athlete. Fleckner playing wide receiver for the Jumbos football team. Of course, when you're behind Jaden Richardson and Cade Moore, you don't always get that many chances. We'll see what he can do next year with Richardson going D1.
Just follow the ball.
But last year, Fleckner batting .273 with an OPS of .771 as my mistake. Leonard's OPS last year was 854, as I was looking at the wrong line on my stat sheet.
It looks like Fleckner got clipped by that pitch there, and he moves on to first base.
They'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Cooper Smith, playing in right field today. Has plenty of speed on the bases. The pickoff from Wooten just missed the tag on Whitfield. It looked like the throw beat him, but the tag down from Zeider just did not get the arm of the diving Whitfield. He'll remain on second.
Yeah, Whitfield got his arm just under the tag, looked like. I agree with you, Justin. The throw got in there pretty early, but ump called him safe.
Second base and shortstop are playing much closer to second here, so they're keeping the runner honest.
As the 1-0 is called a strike by the home plate umpire to Cooper Smith.
Cooper Smith, one of the new additions the Jumbos brought on this year after losing several of their players. He's out of Northern Essex Community College. Originally, he's from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. I mean, Tufts has players. They bring in players from all over the country. They got Texas, Minnesota, whereas Eastern Connecticut, you know, they keep a little bit more to Connecticut, but just very, very interesting player to watch here.
Wooten's 2-1, low and outside.
Cooper Smith won JUCO, a D3 College World Series. He was great at the community college level, so we'll see what he can bring to the Jumbos.
As Cooper Smith draws ball 4, loading up the bases for John Fritz. Chance to put some runs on the board early. Let's have a little mound visit from the Warriors.
Yep, Justin, this is going to be really interesting because number 20, John Fritz, replacing number 8, Owen McKiernan, in the lineup today. I believe Fritz had 1 or 2 at-bats in their game against Brandeis. I don't believe he got a hit, so this will be a big opportunity for the senior to show his stuff.
And for the Jumbos, they are playing heads-up base running, a mistake-free baseball, and now we have the bases loaded at the bottom of the first.
The left fielder, number 20, John Fritz.
Now Fritz's pitch is taken for strike 1.
Yeah, for the most part, and then as soon as they make contact, it's called.
Fritz grounds to third. Third baseman will come home with it. The force play will get him as Malave made the heads-up play coming home, knowing the force, and the bases will remain loaded with 2 away for the first baseman, Connor Flavin.
And now Jumbos here, another opportunity. Flavin, he was second on the team in Ribbies last year with 30. He also led the team in home runs. That would be nice for the Jumbos to get a grand slam here early in the game.
That ball taken on the inside corner. Strike 1. Would certainly be a nice result for Matthew Wooten if he can escape a 1-out bases loaded jam as Flavin grounds to third. Malave dives to the bag, tags the bag with the ball in his glove, and that'll be the end of the inning. Jumbos leave 2 on base, leave the bases loaded. As that is the end of the first, we are still scoreless.
Yeah, and as you said, Justin, that's a great job by Matthew Wooten getting out of that jam. I mean, bases loaded, 1 out. I mean, this Jumbos hopefully do not look back at this inning and wish for better results, but this one might come back to bite them.
will take a short break. Be back in a couple of minutes here on JumboCast. Stay tuned. And welcome back to JumboCast for the top of the second. Scoreless so far. As now up for the Warriors is number 54, the first baseman, Ryan Parent. As Parent drives it deep to center field. It's over the head of Fleckner. Parent will turn for two. Fleckner's throw into Fleischer made well, limiting Parent to two, but a first pitch leadoff double for Ryan Parent, immediately runner in scoring position.
Yeah, Justin, and Ryan Parent was a player that I was really looking at coming into this game. This is only his second start of the season, but I mean, last year he was raking. He tied first on the team for ribbies with 40, third with doubles. He had 9 doubles. That's his gets one right there.
Now Zach Donahue, the shortstop, will look to bring in the runner. Spedezwa's pitch nearly hits Donahue. And the 1-0 is looked at, little low. Ball 2.
Just for a little context here, the Eastern Connecticut State University won the LEC last year, and just like the Tufts baseball won the NESCAC. However, these two divisions really cannot be compared, since you have NESCAC, who has quality talent from all over the country, whereas Eastern Connecticut State is really a regional university. So this is the battle of the conferences, if I were to say anything.
That pitch from Pedezwa is swung through, strike 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Zach Donahue is one of the few players on this team who has remained from the 2022 national championship winning team, and he is really a beast at the plate. He was second in the Little East Conference last season in runs scored with 47. Oh,
as the pickoff from Pedezwa inexplicably lobbed over the head of Fleischer, as that will allow Parent to advance to third on what will surely be considered an E1. Not sure why Pedezwa felt the need to throw.
Well, that pitch was clearly in the zone.
Whitfield wanted that, didn't get the call. As now Pedezwa facing a runner on third with 0 outs. That ball is popped up. Fleischer will call everyone off. Make the play, 1 out. Parent will stay planted at third. It's a good result there for Pedezwa and the Jumbos.
yeah, Justin, and just like with Matthew Wooten in the previous inning, Pedezwa was facing some adversity here early on, and he's going to have to do his best, like with that pop-up right there, to keep Parent from scoring and try and get out of this inning scoreless.
And that brings up the left fielder, Alejandro Soriano. As he takes a little inside, ball 1. That ball is fouled off at the plate for strike 2. Alejandro on the season coming in 0 for 8 last year. Alejandro batting .360 with an OPS of .953. So, solid hitter for the Warriors. That ball is bounced in the dirt. Whitfield able to keep it close. Pedeswa, they're coming in to back it up. Parent stays on third.
Soriano here having a chance to try and build some momentum to get him back right in the season. I mean, as you said, he hit .360. That was second. That was good for second on the team. I mean, he only had 100 at bats, but I mean, these are still really good numbers for that amount of at bats.
Pedeswa is able to beat Soriano there, evening up the count at 2-2. Pedeswa deals, taken low in the dirt. Looks like it hit Soriano as Parent stays on third, but that will put Soriano on first with one away.
Runner was charging towards home plate, and he wanted that. If we look at the replay here, he is hit by the pitch, so cannot advance.
Yeah, if that ball doesn't hit Soriano, I have to imagine that Parent would have had a pretty good chance of scoring there. As now Jared Clark, the designated hitter, is up to bat. Pedeswa checks on Soriano at first.
Yeah, Pedeswa seems to be pitching a lot really inside here, as you can see on that hit by pitch. It's not the worst case scenario for the Jumbos. I mean, you have the double play in play here with that, and if it was a wild pitch, then Parent would have been able to score, but since it was a hit by pitch, it was a dead ball.
That pitch is taken a bit high by Clark. Pedeswa certainly seems to be throwing quite a few pitches in the second with one away, that being his 21st pitch so far. That ball is lined to left field by Clark. That'll drive in Parent, putting the Warriors up 1-0 here in the top of the second.
Yeah, that's 2 straight games with Jared Clark for having an RBI as he drove in Co-Francesco in their last game against Shenandoah. The last thing you want if you're the Jumbos is for Pedeswa to be throwing a lot of pitches here. I mean, today's a doubleheader. You do not want to be using up all of your pitchers in the first game.
Certainly, and that'll bring up the catcher, Hank Penders, with runners at first and second with one away. That ball is lined softly to McCullough. Tosses to Fleischer for one. On to Flavin. Double play as Flavin made a nice pick in the dirt, allowing Pedeswa to escape with just the one run.
So that is the good type of infielding we want to see from the Jumbos. A little hop there on the replay. Second baseman handles it, dashes it to 6, back to 3 with a little bounce, and gets the out just in time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Jumbos, you would have, not like for Parent to have scored that run, but to only get out of it with the run being scored. I mean, you gotta be. It's not the worst, you know. Good double play, as we've talked about, and great pick by Flavin.
And one-run innings aren't generally what's going to kill you in a game like this. It's going to be the innings where you allow 3 or 4 runs, or if you're in the case of the Brandeis Judges, allowing 10 runs in an inning.
Yeah, and Silas Reed, he did have that type of inning around the middle of the game, allowing 4 runs. But I mean, at that point, the game was already over, so it didn't hurt the Jumbos too much. But as you said, I mean, you always try to avoid those types of innings.
Well, Jason, the offense did their job, and that's exactly what we want to see throughout the season. The pitching really carried the season last year. They did not have the same level of statistics as the rest of the NESCAC. So we'll see what the batting lineup can do for these pitchers as the season progresses.
And coming up for the Jumbos will be the third baseman, Patrick Solomon, then the second baseman, Jesse McCullough, and batting third in the inning will be the shortstop, Ozzie Fleischer.
Leading off for the Jumbos in the bottom of the second inning, the third baseman, number 3, Patrick Solomon.
It's the leadoff pitch from Wooten, taken for strike one. The 0-1 is lined down the left field line by Solomon, down in the direction of Soriano. Solomon turns for two, will get in standing up. That is another, just as the Warriors did in the top of the second. The Jumbos will match that in the bottom with a leadoff double.
Yep, Solomon hoping to have as good of a game as he had last game, starting out with a double. He was fourth on the team in doubles last year with 8. Extra base hits, he had 11 last year, so trying to continue that this season. It's a great start for the Jumbos to the inning.
And now Jesse McCullough up to bat. Last year, batting .359 with an OPS of .879. Another solid Jumbos hitter as he takes strike one. McCullough with a big swing, no contact. Now faces 0-2 from Wooten.
Yeah, and you like to see McCullough be a little bit more patient on these pitches. He doesn't have to swing hard. You just got to get the ball in play, and you should be able to move Solomon up to third.
That ball fouled into the back netting. Will stay 0-2 as it looks like McCullough on that swing. It looks like he is choking up just a couple of inches on that bat, hoping to prevent the strikeout, to put the ball in play. The 0-2 is tipped for another foul ball.
Yeah, at this point, McCullough's just trying to stay alive in the count. I mean, it's 0-2. He's doing a good job getting the barrel of the ball, but he'd like to see one of these go in play.
The 0-2, another foul ball. On the right side for the Jumbos, making Wooten work, that being, I believe, the fourth pitch of the at-bat.
McCullough takes a look over to his third base coach, check the sign as he's choking up, so.
The 0-2, check swing, and a foul ball.
Yeah, I wasn't sure at first if McCullough got any bat on that, but the umpire said he did, and so McCullough stays alive, still 0-2, trying to swing for his life here.
That one attempted to be framed by Penders, didn't get the call. Now 1-2. Wooten's 1-2. Swung on by McCullough. Penders throws down to second, hoping to grab Solomon. Unable to do so as the ball did get away from the middle infield, but no damage done, as that'll be 1 out for Ozzie Fleischer now at bat.
Solomon looked at turning 3, but it was just within the range of the second baseman.
Fleischer last season batting .270 with an OPS of .673.
Yeah, and that strikeout by Wooten. He had 70 last year, which was second among starters on Eastern Connecticut State. And despite that, other than that double by Solomon, I mean, he's been keeping the balls pretty close to the infield.
Fleischer grounds to short. The throw from Donahue beats Fleischer as Solomon makes it to third. Now with 2 away, as the lineup turns over, they'll now have the second at bat for Malcolm Whitfield.
Like Parent might have thought that was the third out, running towards the mound, but yeah, that's only 2 outs, and now Whitfield back up, who is 4 of his last 5, looking to drive in Solomon.
Wooten's leadoff pitch taken for strike 1. The 0-1 fouled back.
0-2 now, just like McCullough getting behind early in the count. It's not what you want to see if you're the Jumbos, especially down 1-0 here, trying to drive in the equalizer.
We see another choke up on the bat here.
That ball from Whitfield is driven deep to left. Soriano is able to get under it for out number 3. No run scored by the Jumbos in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, that ball is right there at the warning track, but it is caught by the left fielder for Eastern Connecticut State, and we are now going into the 3rd inning.
And we will be back in a couple of minutes here on JumboCast. Stay tuned. Welcome back to JumboCast here for the top of the 3rd. Warriors leading 1-0. As due up for Eastern Connecticut State is the number 9 hitter, second baseman Emmanuel Zader. As Zader flies one to center field, Fleckner able to cover for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out for Pedezwa.
Yeah, and that's great for Pedezwa following the 2nd inning where he threw a decent amount of pitches. It's always good to get an out on 1 pitch or 2, just like he did with Claiborne, the first batter in the 1st inning.
Now Claiborne is back up for his 2nd opportunity. Pedezwa deals strike 1. The 0-1, big swing from Claiborne. Now count 0-2. That ball well outside.
Yeah, and with Pedezwa ahead in the count here, it'll be interesting to see what pitch he uses as an arsenal to try and put away Claiborne, who was 2nd in walks, so you don't want to take him back in the count like with that inside pitch right there. 26 walks last year for Claiborne. He's going to look to have a great at-bat here, try and climb back into the count.
Pedezwa certainly wanted that pitch, not getting the call. As a big foul ball sent over in the direction of the tennis courts. Count will remain 2-2. Thankfully, the tennis courts are unoccupied right now. Another foul ball.
That time I went towards these stands, which are occupied, but luckily we have a net here on the get.
Although, for any fans who watched any of our games last year, the ball certainly can make it over the net, and there are quite a few cars parked in the parking lot right behind the stands. There is a sign when you enter that says "Park at your own risk." Although it's always a pastime seeing baseballs come down on windshields. Foul ball sent more or less in my direction. Thankfully, there's a net and some glass between me and the pitcher.
Yeah, but just what I was talking about before, Claiborne coming back in. It's a full count now. I mean, this is a lot of pitches from Pedeswa.
The payoff pitch is taken just a bit low for ball 4. A one-out walk for Claiborne. That brings up Ray Leonzi.
That was a little too much of a frame there. I really saw the bend in the catcher's glove. The pitch was very, very low. Eyeing out that pitch. The catcher's almost on the ground there, and he works the wall.
The pickoff from Pedeswa gets past the glove of Flavin, as that will allow Claiborne to advance to second. That'll be the second error on the Jumbos. Have to imagine that'll be charged again to Pedeswa. Though once we find out for sure, I will be sure to mention it.
Yeah, the Jumbos can't afford that. I mean, yesterday it really wouldn't have mattered, or not yesterday, on Wednesday it wouldn't have mattered against Brandeis, but they didn't have any errors, and now through 3 innings they already have 2.
Driven deep to right field by Leonzi, and that'll make it over the right field wall for a 2-run homer. Leonzi putting the Warriors up 3-0 here in the top of the 3rd.
Yeah, but monster slam by Ray Leonzi, who was 4th in RBI last year with 27. And just adding on to that here, I mean, I believe that's the first home run for Eastern Connecticut State of the season, and that's a big one, putting them up 3.
Warriors bench is hyped up right now. They do not expect to be 3 up against the Jumbos, and he just absolutely slams that into deep right field.
That'll bring up Lucas Malave. Malave 0 for 1 with a strikeout. So he takes strike 1.
Yeah, and if you're Pedeswa, you're going to want to try and calm things down. I mean, 1 pitch, 1 out to start, but since then, things have not been great, and you want to get another out here before Eastern Connecticut State gets too much momentum.
Pedeswa working quickly. Goes up 0-2 on Malave.
And a lot, it's especially important with Parent coming up behind him.
Just a little outside.
That was a nice shot on the home run. I gotta give you a sign. Small ball.
Pedeswa's 1-2 taken inside.
Yeah, and again, after starting out the count 0-2, we see a Eastern Connecticut State batter climbing back into the count and adding more pitches to Pedeswa's count.
That ball is driven past the reaching arm of Flavin. Be the 3rd Warriors hit, putting Malave on with 1 out for Ryan Parent. As you mentioned, Pedeswa now up to 40 pitches through 2 1/3. Not the pace you want to be at if you're Connor Pedeswa and the Jumbos.
And you saw there, as we see a mound visit, you saw Malave's reaction looking up to the heavens before looking at his teammates over in the dugout. That was his first hit of the season, so he is obviously very happy there.
Now, Jason, I want to ask you this question. If you're the head coach, Coach Fagdis right now, you're in the top of the 3rd inning as the starting pitcher, and you've given up 3 runs. What are you telling the pitcher right now to calm his nerves down? Because the outfielders are really not helping him at all with these errors.
Yeah, I mean, he's throwing a lot of inside stuff. I think he'd want to stay more inside the zone. I mean, other than that home run, there hasn't been too many hard hit balls, but yeah, Pedeswa just needs to calm down his nerves, and especially with Parent up. I mean, just nothing, no extra base hits.
Yeah, because the batters are clearly going for low pitches.
Parent 1 for 1 on the day as he takes low for a ball. Deswa's pickoff attempt. No good. We'll try again.
Now, Justin, that's a completely unnecessary pickoff move. He's within 5 foot of the base. I don't know why he's looking towards first. He should be focused on the batter.
I have to agree with you on that one. Deswa deals 1-0. The throw from Whitfield is in time.
And that just proved my point. The catcher's pop time is reliable enough to get to second base right there. I don't know what. That wasn't a good lead. I don't know why he went for it. And you have a good play.
Yeah, great throw by Whitfield, accurate, and great turn by McCullough.
Now the bases will be empty still for Parent. It's the second pitch of the at-bat that backs Parent off the batter's box. He's not too thrilled with that as he's taking his time walking around the batter's area.
Yeah, we're seeing, again, more and more inside pitches from Podeswa.
That one taken right down the middle. Looks like a bit of an off-speed offering from Podeswa. Now, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. That ball is grounded just a little foul on the on the first base line.
Yeah, and if Podeswa, you really want to close out this inning after allowing the 2-run home run, try and limit the damage for the Jumbo's batters.
Two is swung through, foul tipped, just able to make a little bit of contact as the at-bat will be extended. That one's grounded right back to Podeswa. He'll toss over to Flavin, and that will end the 3rd inning. 2 runs scored for the Warriors. We will be back in just a couple of minutes for the bottom of the 3rd. And welcome back to JumboCast for the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Yeah, Ben Leonard here, still, I believe, looking for his first hit of the season. last game against Brandeis did score a run after he was walked and hit by a pitch. But again, still looking for that first hit, just like Malave.
That ball is taken in the turf for ball 2. Two-0 offering is driven to center field. Leonzi gets under it for out number 1.
Yeah, and if you're the Jumbos, you want to score, but at least pick up Wooten's pitch count here, especially again considering the doubleheader. We're looking at Pedezzo's pitch count; it's kind of high right now. So if you're the Jumbos, you want to sort of increase that for Wooten. If you're not going to get some runs.
Fleckner up to bat now. He takes strike 1.
Speaking of runs scored, Fleckner he led the team in runs scored last season with 34. So you'd like to see him get on base, especially with that amazing base stealing ability.
He flares that to second baseman Zader, able to put Fleckner away on 2 pitches for out number 2.
Jumbos have just gotten unlucky here. These 2 previous bats have been great balls into the field, just forcing the outfielders to make a play.
And now Cooper Smith fouls one into the parking lot. I believe that may have glanced off a car.
And that's why the park at your own risk sign is there.
That is correct. The 0-1 to Smith, swung through. Smith, in his first plate appearance today, drew a walk. And the 0-2 taken a bit high.
And you can hear from the Warriors dugout them chanting "Woot" as they await for possibly another strikeout by Wooten here.
As Smith flares one to shallow right. Claiborne lost his cap, but he did not lose the ball, as that will be 1-2-3 for the Jumbos here in the bottom of the 3rd. Still 3-0 Warriors.
Yeah, good communication there between Claiborne and I believe Zyder. Zyder backing up, making what would have been a difficult play, but Claiborne, as he rightfully should have done, called him off and caught the ball as he was running in.
And welcome back to JumboCast for the top of the 4th inning. 3-0 Warriors, as that'll bring up for Eastern Connecticut Zach Donahue as he grounds to McCullough. McCullough's throw over to Flavin in time for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out once again for Pedezwa. So I gotta say, the first out seems to be no problem for Pedezwa. It seems to be outs number 2 and 3 that he's been struggling to get each of these first 4 innings, or the first 3 innings.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Justin. I mean, Claiborne in the first inning, and then as we just saw here, Donahue. He's had trouble with those second and third outs, and also with a third strike. I mean, he's gotten ahead in a decent amount of counts, 0-2, but like with that one Claiborne walk, he's been allowing the hitters to climb back in the count.
Soriano swings through on that. Nice off-speed offering from Pedeswa.
And to your point, Jason, the reason they haven't been able to get the second and third out is because of errors in the field. You get one runner on base, you get another runner on base, and then you make errant throws, and then the outfielders don't do their job. So it just becomes a chain reaction, and that's how baseball is.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Brian. These infielders, especially if you got to be ready for these pickoff attempts, and those are mainly where the errors have come.
The 1-2 from Pedeswa is taken low and outside. Ball 2. The 2-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3. Swinging as Soriano is set down by Pedeswa for out number 2.
That was a nasty outside pitch. No break on it, but great ball.
That was a huge strikeout for Pedeswa. I mean, the past couple innings he's had a decent amount of traffic on the base paths, and right now he's dealing with 2 outs, bases empty.
Now Jared Clark takes strike 1.
Back to working the zone with those low pitches.
Strike 2, just like that.
Jared Clark probably feeling himself a little bit here after driving in the 1 run in this game and in last game. He's been hot recently, but now he's behind 0-2.
We'll have to wait a little bit longer as that ball's taken in the dirt for a ball. This was 1-2. Another one a bit low.
And again, an 0-2 count. That is now a 2-2 count. Pedeswa wants to get out of this inning unscathed. He's really got to finish off these hitters.
Pedeswa last year went 6-3 with a 3.77 ERA. Was firmly entrenched in the jumbo starting rotation. Now the 2-2 is driven just over the outstretched glove of Solomon. The throw from Fritz, good enough to keep Clark at first base. That'll be another 2-out base runner for Connor Pedeswa.
And it looked like Solomon was playing in there. He took a few steps forward, so he wasn't able to get that fly ball as it was being driven.
Yeah, just over the outstretched arms of Solomon. A bit unlucky for the Jumbos, but Pedeswa really got to lock in here to prevent another run being scored from the Warriors.
And now the offering to Penders, taken outside for ball 1. Pickoff attempt. No good. That'll be a strike to Penders. You were mentioning the lack of necessity of the pickoffs moves, especially with Pedeswa already having committed 2 throwing errors on those pickoff attempts. You got to wonder why he feels the need to make those attempts with the strong arm of Whitfield.
I would say, Justin, that it's become a rhythm. Every time a runner gets on base, he wants to pick off because it's a natural element. It feels like he's going to use that to cope with the runner on base. But as you can see, the runner is only like a couple steps off the bag. There's really no reason.
The runner goes, swung on for strike 2, as I believe catcher's interference will be called. No, excuse me. Batter's interference will be called on Hank Penders as the throw down from Whitfield was obstructed by Penders. That'll put Penders out. That'll be the 3rd out of the inning. Bedezwa escapes unscathed.
Yeah, Justin. And either way, I mean, that was going to be catcher's interference considering Hank Penders is the catcher for the Warriors. But pretty good there for the Jumbos get a scoreless inning after the previous two yielded some runs.
It's always funny to watch those kinds of plays. You see almost like the batter has just swung through a little bit unsuspecting as Whitfield just proceeds to absolutely drill Penders in the back.
Oh, absolute destruction. But I in my opinion, that was an extended swing to purposely allow for the runner to steal base and obstruct the view.
Well, that's why the call exists.
Exactly.
So 0 runs scored for the Warriors in the top of the 4th, as coming up for the Jumbos will be John Fritz, Connor Flavin, and Patrick Solomon. We'll be back in a minute. Stay tuned. Welcome back to JumboCast here for the bottom of the 4th inning, as John Fritz will come up for his second at-bat of the day, 0 for 1 in his first. As Wooten returns to the mound for his 41st pitch of the game, as that is dribbled softly to third. The throw from Olave, in time to get Fritz, as both the runner and the fielder took a tumble, as Fritz jogs it off a little gingerly.
It looks like the umpire was calling the out on the tag. As we look at the replay, the first baseman leaned over. Yeah. And he's out.
Glad to see Fritz able to at least jog it off, though he does seem to be in some pain, some discomfort. As another ball dribbled to Wooten. Wooten's throw over to first, as that'll be a quick 2 outs for the Jumbos here in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, Justin, it's been a bit of a difference maker so far. Just the mistakes in the fielding. There hasn't really been any in Eastern Connecticut. I mean, you saw that previous play, a great play by Malave to throw it to Parent for the put out at first, and then just now Wooten remaining calm and again throwing to Parent for the put out there.
Now Patrick Solomon climbs in, 1 for 1 on the day. He takes strike 1 from Wooten. That ball taken a little low.
Patrick Solomon hit the first home run of Tufts season against the Judges last Wednesday in their home opener. It was a 365-foot dinger, 101 miles off the bat.
Yeah, the Jumbos hope he can do something like that again, or at least get on base here. We don't want another quick inning if you're the Jumbos.
The 2-1 to Solomon, taken low. Now a hitter's count at 3-1 with 2 away.
Solomon had 18 walks last season, good for 4th on the team, so we'll see if he can draw one here.
The 3-1, low and outside, as Solomon able to get on base for the second time this afternoon, bringing up Jesse McCullough, the second baseman.
Yeah, and I mean, Tufts might send Solomon here. He was 4th in the NESCAC in stolen bases last year with 23, although he was caught 6 times. We'll see what they do here with this leadoff of first.
They don't send him that time, as the first pitch to McCullough in the dirt for ball 1. McCullough on the day, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. The only strikeout Wooten has achieved so far, as Wooten has 2 walks to 1 K. We'll look to improve on that ratio as he throws over to Parent. Solomon able to get back in safely. 1-0. In there for strike one.
McCullough, known to get on base. Last year he led the team with a .455 on base percentage. He's hoping to do that again here, or at least get Solomon further along the bases.
Solomon goes that time. The throw down from Penders, not in time, as Solomon gets into scoring position with 2 away.
Now, if I'm the Jumbo's third base coach, I'm going to be sending runners more because I've taken a look at that catcher's pop time, which was not great. It was slow and it was off. It was to the right, which is what you tell your catchers to do, but it was a little too right.
McCullough grounds over to Donahue. Donahue's throw in time. That'll be out number 3. The Jumbos get a runner in a scoring position. Not able to do anything with it as they remain scoreless here at Sol Gittleman Park. Now in the top, welcome back, as now in the top of the 5th inning for the visiting Warriors will be number 6, Emmanuel Zader, the number 9 hitter. Zader 0 for 1 on the day as he takes ball 1.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Tufts faces this adversity. I mean, they were up at this point in the game by at least 10 runs against the Judges of Brandeis. And they only have 2 hits, unlike the more than 20 that they hit in that last game. So it's a bit of unfamiliar territory. It is only their 2nd game of the season, but it'll be interesting to see their reaction here.
Zider may have fouled it off. Nevertheless, will be a 1-2 count. Pedez was 1-2, swung on and missed, strike 3. That being the 3rd strikeout of the afternoon, as Pedezwa's strikeout song seems to be "Can't Be Touched." I have to say, that was one of the songs I'd listen to while getting myself hyped up for middle school football games when I was back in my younger days. That ball's taken just a little bit outside as he deals to now the top of the lineup, Jason Claiborne. Claiborne 0 for 1 with a walk on the afternoon. Another one just a bit outside, ball 2.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do if you're Pedezwa is get Claiborne on base here. A walk, especially early in the inning, is not how you want to start out.
And the strikeouts are few and far between for Pedezwa. This was the first strikeout of the game, really, we've seen that is pretty secure.
Pedez was 2-1. Dealt. Called strike on the outside corner.
Now that is a good frame by Whitfield because it looked like
outside.
a ball outside, maybe 2 balls outside, but he just brought that glove in very nicely for the umpire to call that one.
2-2. Bounced in the dirt. At least a solid 2 feet in front of home plate. Never had a chance of being a strike, as now the count has gone full. Pedezwa's payoff. Ooh, just miss. Ball 4. That'll be the second walk of the day for Connor Pedezwa. So that brings up the number 2 hitter, Ray Leonzi. Leonzi in his 1 for 2 on the day, but he did have the big 2-run blast over the right field wall in the 3rd inning. As now with another runner on base, he would love to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, there's deja vu that's kind of happening here with Claiborne taking the walk early and then Leozzi up to bat.
As yet another pickoff move from Pedezwa forces a dive back from Claiborne.
It's a natural move for Pedezwa.
Pedezwa's 0-1 offering. It's taken in there. Nice breaking ball. Gets the called strike.
That's 3 pitches on that outside zone. Increasingly closer to home plate, but they've all been called. So we'll see how that outside pitch gets called as this play develops.
Pedezwa with a bit of a lean in and then tried to catch Claiborne napping. Claiborne alert to that, so he was able to get back into first safely. But that one was a little bit closer on that pickoff move. The 0-2 from Pedezwa. Did he go? Second base umpire says no. Leonzi able to check his swing. Count will go to 1-2. The 1-2 from Pedezwa taken outside. Ball 2.
Yeah, and it looked like he might have been going for that outside corner again, but a little bit too far outside for Whitfield to try and frame that.
Pedezwa's 2-2. Slow breaking ball. Not near the zone, as that will bring the count full. Pedezwa now through 4 1/3 innings has thrown 76 pitches, so wouldn't be surprised if this is his last inning. He'll hope to get out of this one unscathed further. As the runner goes, that ball is driven to right field by Leonzi, and that'll be another 2-run blast for the Warriors, as that will open up this game. Now a 5-0 lead for Eastern Connecticut State. Ray Leonzi with his second blast, basically the same as the first one.
Yeah, I mean, there's the deja vu. Only two or three innings ago, I mean, it was the same exact thing. Claiborne walking and then Leonzi with the drive to deep right field. Yeah, Pedezwa just the pitch getting away from him there. And it's not what you want to see if you're the Jumbos.
Yeah, it just takes one nice batting practice style pitch for the player to really drive that through. And these games are very high scoring. So Pedezwa just needs to limit the high cheese in the zone, and just keep pitching that ball low, because he's been getting strikes very easily that way.
That'll bring up Lucas Malave with the bases now clear. Strike 1 to Malave from Pedezwa. That slider, perhaps more of a slider curveball, is taken for a called strike 2. Pedezwa's 0-2 is swung through by Malave for strike 3. The 4th strikeout of the game for Pedezwa, as that will be the first out of the inning for the Jumbos. And that brings up Ryan Parent, 1 for 2 on the day. That ball called on the outside for a strike, evening up the count.
Yeah, as you were saying before, Justin, I wouldn't be surprised if this was Pedezwa's last inning, and this is only the fifth inning. So, again, as I was saying before, with the doubleheader, it's not the best outcome you want if you're the Jumbos, but with his pitch count getting this high, you might have to go to the bullpen.
Looks like this next pitch will be the 85th for Pedezwa, as that one's inside for ball 3. Pedezwa's 3-1. Misses outside for ball 4. Fairly uncompetitive pitch from Pedezwa, as that'll be that will be the third walk of the day for Pedezwa, bringing in Zach Donahue.
And we've had members from the crowd encouraging Pedezwa here. I just heard a patience, Johnny. So, crowd very supportive this afternoon.
That one to Donahue is taken for strike 1. Donahue on the day, 0 for 2. As he attempts to check his swing, and the second base umpire says he did so successfully. That'll even the count at 1-1.
Donahue with 17 extra base hits last season. You really want to close out this inning. You can't allow that, and more runs to score for the Warriors. The Warriors have already equaled the amount that the judges of Brandeis scored against Tufts last Wednesday, and it is only the middle of the 5th inning.
Donahue, big swing, contacts it, sends it into the dirt for strike 2. As a Jumbo's pitcher appears to be getting loose in the bullpen. Can't quite see who it is from where I'm sitting. So that ball is a called strike 3 from the home plate umpire. Perhaps a bit of a generous call in the outside corner, but that allows Pedezwa to get out of the 5th inning, having given up another 2 runs.
He got away with one there. That was well outside, but the umpire just wanted to end that inning, in my opinion. A good showing here for the Jumbos at GIT. There's a good amount of supporters. The stadium is very filled, if you all can look around.
Welcome back to JumboCast. In the bottom of the 5th inning, the Jumbos facing a 5-0 deficit. They'll hope to cut into that hole with the shortstop captain, Ozzie Fleischer. Fleischer 0 for 1 on the day. He takes low and inside ball 1.
Fleischer, who was 3 for 6 in the Jumbo's opening game against Brandeis, should really just look to get on base here. You don't need anything. You don't need big swings. You just need to slowly chip away at this 5-0 lead that the Warriors have built up.
as Fleischer pops it into shallow left field. The two fielders will converge, and it'll be Ray Leonzi who gets under it for out number 1. That flips the order over and brings up Malcolm Whitfield. Whitfield today 1 for 2.
It would be so nice to like have another dude every single two. Like come on, soon today. Yeah, or just like having
That ball's
having it set up.
way outside.
If you want anyone to get on base, this is the guy to do it. Your leadoff hitter, the catcher, Whitfield, who has been getting on base like crazy in these first 2 games.
That one's low in the dirt.
To your point, Malcolm Whitfield had a .538 on base percentage last season, which is absolutely astounding.
2-0. It's taken for strike 1 from Wooten.
Might have been a bit inside there, but that corner seems to have been favoring the pitchers today here at the Git.
That one low for ball 3. Whitfield would love to get on base ahead of Ben Leonard and Henry Fleckner with 1 out. That ball is taken on the outside corner for strike 2. Fills up the count. The payoff pitch from Wooten is called strike 3 on Whitfield. The second strikeout of the afternoon for Matthew Wooten, as he's able to get a quick second out on the Jumbos here in the bottom of the 5th. So that brings up Ben Leonard to the plate.
That wasn't the nicest strikeout pitch, but if you know they're calling the inside zone, you might as well just try to foul tip it or something.
Leonard on the day 0 for 2.
In that at bat, Whitfield was ahead either 3-0, 3-1, but it's just been a trend today is Wooten battling back either in the count or within the inning. Going back to that first that we had talked about might come back to bite the Jumbos. I mean, they had the bases loaded and could not convert, and as we see, they're down 5-0 now.
And 2-0 from Wooten in the dirt, ball 3. The 3-0 is delivered for called strike 1. Leonard grounds it to second. Zader able to dive or go to ground, make the play, toss over to Parent. That'll be out number 3 for the Jumbos, as for the 5th time they go scoreless here this afternoon. The lead remains 5-0 for the Warriors. welcome back to JumboCast. The Jumbos with a new pitcher in the game will be number 37, Cole Donato.
Yeah, Justin. And as we predicted, Connor Pedezwa's pitch count was getting extremely high during that 5th inning. And we have a new pitcher here for the Jumbos, try and limit the damage that the Warriors have been able to do so far.
Now Soriano climbs in 0 for 1 with a strikeout. As he looks at strike 1. Soriano has reached base once today as he got himself drilled earlier this afternoon. So 2 plate appearances, 1 getting on base the painful way.
That's right. And Soriano coming out of Hartford, Connecticut. The Warriors were set to play Hartford last Wednesday. However, the game was rained out. And so the last game that the Warriors played was all the way back on last Saturday, which allowed them to start Wooten today here at the Git.
Donato's 1-2. Taken a little low for ball 2. Some nice velocity on that fastball though. It's 2-2, driven down to the turf.
The Warriors today, yes, they have scored 5 runs, but an underrated thing that they've been able to do is go really long in these at bats, especially players like Claiborne, with both of his walks being at least 6 pitches each.
The 2-2 to Soriano is swung on and missed. Strike 3 as the sound effects play the Microsoft Windows shutdown sound as another can't be touched comes over the PA, over the loudspeakers. 1 at bat, 1 strikeout for Cole Donato, as now he'll face Jared Clark as Clark flares it to just at the edge of the infield turf. Fleischer no problem with it, and a quick out number 2 here in the top of the 6th.
Cole Donato is amped up right now as his fielders are able to make plays and do the easy stuff. A K, and now we have an F6. Hopefully we can go 1, 2, 3. Jumbo, excuse me.
That pitch from Donato in the dirt for a ball. Donato able to grab that hard grounder. He's able to toss over to Flavin for a very painless top of the 6th inning as the Warriors go 1, 2, 3. And now it is time for a JumboCast batted ball tradition as we go to Mascot Mayhem. So as we like to do in baseball, we like to compare the mascots of these 2 teams and who would win if the 2 of them went head-to-head. As you can see on your screen, the stats, some of them real, some of them made up. As Jason and Brian, who do you think would win between a Jumbo and a Warrior, and why?
Well, Justin, I personally think, I mean, you gotta look at these stats. I think the most telling stat for me is the weight. You know, the Jumbos, they're pulling in at a nice almost 7 tons of 13,588 pounds. The Warriors, you know, he's only 6'1", 195. I think Jumbo personally would stomp all over the Eastern Connecticut State Warrior. Just, you know, I think the size is just too much here for the Warrior to be able to handle.
And Brian?
Now building off that real versus made-up stats, I can confirm the 10'7" is 100% real. I have a photo of myself next to the wonderful Jumbo on the academic quad. Jumbo is 10'7". Now the Eastern Connecticut State Warriors stand absolutely no chance with that 10'7" height and that massive wingspan of a trunk, so I would have to go to the Jumbos on that one.
As we now get back to real competition, as Henry Fleckner climbs in, still against Matthew Wooten. Fleckner on the day, 0 for 1 with also a hit by pitch. Fleckner takes a little bottom of the zone for strike 1.
And Wooten, even though we are now into the 6th inning, he's no stranger to going deep in games. As I might have mentioned earlier, last season he had 2 complete games, which was most on this Eastern Connecticut State Warriors team, and he's still showing up here.
And a great job limiting the pit count has done Wooten. Wooten through 5+ innings now has only thrown 68 pitches, and it seems like he's having no problem with his energy as Fleckner grounds over to third. That'll be off the glove of Malave. Gets over to Donahue, but the throw not in time to beat Fleckner. We'll see how they rule that on the score sheet, and it will go down as an E5 for Malave, putting a runner on first with 0 outs for Cooper Smith, who is 0 for 1 with a walk.
Now, maybe it's just the surface that Eastern Connecticut State is not used to, but that was just a routine play that the Jumbos, that the Warriors were not able to field.
As that ball is driven down the right field line, just a decent bit foul from Cooper Smith, as our sound effects department is having a field day right now.
Yeah, that ball going into the parking lot. Hopefully everyone's okay. Everyone's car is all right over there.
As the 0-1 to Smith taken outside. And you had mentioned, so it's not that common that you have an all-turf field, a turf field at all at the D3 level. The Jumbos having a full field turf, both the grass, you could say, and the dirt.
Come on.
I mean, yeah, it's both turf, and that especially when it gets a little bit damp, it really does affect the bounces. The ball not getting up as high, staying a bit low. So the Jumbos are generally more or less used to it, but when teams come to play, especially non-conference teams, can be a bit odd for them. As Smith stays alive as he checks swing and a foul ball.
The Jumbos will take a mistake like that, however. This might be the break that they're looking for. Eastern Connecticut State have been fielding very well all game, and
as Smith swings through and misses for strike 3, that'll be the third strikeout, for Matthew Wooten. So that brings in the left fielder number 20, John Fritz, who is 0 for 2 on the day.
John Fritz is the only player that's new to the lineup from the last game. But this is really the first taste we've seen the entire Jumbo roster go the full length of the game. Because last game on Wednesday, they subbed in the entire bench. So many players were getting looks. This is quite the difference from the really 9-player batting roster that we're seeing today.
Wooten's 1-0 is driven down the left field line, It'll be off the glove of Malave as both runners will advance to second and first safely. I have to think, as we'll probably see in a second, I don't think they're going to call that an error. I think they're going to call that a base hit. I would have to agree with that call, as that would have been a really tough throw for Malave to make, even if he had fielded it cleanly. As it stands, runners on first and second for Connor Flavin. This will be a great opportunity for the Jumbos to drive in 1 run or potentially more.
Yeah, Justin, I would agree with you on that play at third base that Malave just barely missed. It was incredibly difficult, something only maybe, Nolan Arenado, maybe Manny Machado could make.
As Wooten steps off, I believe the balk warning will be issued to Wooten. Wooten's pitch taken low by Connor Flavin. Flavin on the day, 0 for 2.
Now this is a really crucial part of the game that the Jumbos will go back and look to in the film room, whether they get points off this or not, because you have the middle of the order. Connor Flavin is a power hitter, and he's on this roster because he drives in runs and hits homers.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Brian. Last year he did lead the team in home runs with 5. He was second in runs batted in with 30. And he had a great game against Brandeis. So just looking to drive in some more here.
Won't get it there as he swings through the off-speed offering from Wooten. Now in the hole, 1 and 2.
He did lead the team with 48 strikeouts, though, and that's what I'm pretty sure Connor Flavin is looking to improve his game upon.
So 1-2 will be flared foul in the direction of the parking lot. Just want to, as a PSA, if you hear broken glass, it is not necessarily actual car braking, as our sound effects department is enjoying that sound effect.
They are having a field day.
I will say the first time I ever worked a JumboCast game was a baseball game last March, and the first time I heard that sound effect, I was quite scared for a second. That's before I realized that no glass had actually been broken.
Really adds to game day effects, whether it be the ABC 1, 2, 3 or straight up Microsoft shutdown.
As the 2-2 is taken in the dirt, that'll fill up the count for Flavin with 2 runners on. The Jumbos would love a walk here. That would load up the bases with 1 away for Patrick Solomon. This payoff pitch is dribbled down the third baseline. Malave will grab, no throw, as he faked the throw over to Parent, hoping to catch Fleckner napping, perhaps catching Fleckner rounding third. Fleckner wise to it, as the bases will indeed be loaded for noted Jumbo's clutch hitter Patrick Solomon.
Those are 3 straight balls to the third baseman, Lucas Malave. And like I said before, the Jumbos didn't need anything too big. They just needed some easy hits to try and climb back to this lead.
That was about 2 feet from driving in 2 runs, as Solomon drills it down the third baseline, just missing the bag. Be 0-1 now for Patrick Solomon.
And another, that's the 4th ball driven towards the third base line.
The 0-1 is driven right back to Wooten. The 4th play at home is made, and the 4th play at first. That'll be a double play for the Warriors as they escape a 1-out, bases loaded jam, as the Jumbos will remain scoreless through 6. And you got to say, that was perhaps the Jumbos' chance this game, and they failed to do anything with it.
Yeah, I'd agree. That was probably their best chance since the first inning. And again, we see deja vu. Bases loaded with 1 out, 2 outs. Either way, you wish to drive in some runs there, take advantage of it. But that's 3 more runners left on base for the Jumbos, and they're still held scoreless by the Warriors.
3
Welcome back to JumboCast as we get set for the top of the 7th, as Donato will return to the mound facing Zyder.
I just wanted to go back to the Jumbo's batting in the bottom of the 6th and also the bottom of the 1st. You have 3 runners left on, which is completely unacceptable for the batting. Yeah, obviously one of the balls came off an error by the third baseman, and then the third baseman was just phased and couldn't make a throw or turn 2. But you really need to stop leaving the runners on base if you want to score any runs, and it just results in 0 RBIs on the stats sheet.
As the 3-0 is taken in there for strike 1. That'll be strike 2. Zyder not too thrilled with that call, as he had already taken a couple of steps down to first base. The umpire saying, no, you're going to have to face another pitch. So the payoff now is swung on and missed. Strike 3 swinging, and that'll be strikeout number 2 on the day for Donato.
Emmanuel Zyder out of Miami, Florida, maybe, if not fazed by the cold weather of Massachusetts, definitely fazed by that pitch by Cole Donato.
And that'll bring up Jason Claiborne. Claiborne on the day 0 for 1 with 2 walks. As he drives that out to Henry Fleckner. Fleckner comes onto it, drives forward, makes the catch for a quick out number 2. Gotta say, Donato has, he's gotten 5 outs now, and he's only needed 16 pitches to do it. He's allowed no hits, no walks, I'm pretty sure no base runners. So, Donato, exactly what the doctor ordered if you're the Tufts Jumbos.
Yeah, he's doing his job, and he's trying to close out the game. That's all you can ask for as pitching coaches and head coaches, and now he's putting the Jumbos in an opportunity to really extend out the innings, because what he's doing is he's shortening the amount of rest time for the outfielders.
That pitch dealt quickly now, 0-2 on Ray Leonzi. Leonzi 2 for 3 with 2 home runs and 4 RBI, as that pitch from Donato is in the turf for a ball. Leonzi having done, of course, the bulk of the damage on Connor Pedezua this afternoon, responsible for 4 of the 5 runs. As now Donato's 1-2 is down low.
And as you were saying before, Justin and Brian, with this performance by Donato, not only is he keeping the Jumbos in it, but he's also limiting the amount of pitchers that they have to use in this game. For the doubleheader, they will be playing a second game immediately after this one, and they need all the pitchers that they can keep for that game.
Yeah, if I'm Coach Svagdis, I want to keep all my options open, because there's a lot of different looks I want to put at the Warriors in the second game, and just using up our good pitchers.
As Leonzi able to get on base for the 3rd time this afternoon, as he successfully checked his swing and able to draw ball 4 on that payoff pitch, bringing up Lucas Malave. Malave on the day, 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. He'll look to do some damage now, as Leonzi is dancing around the first base bag, drawing the pickup attempt from Donato.
Top of the lineup here for the Warriors have been incredibly efficient with the 1, 2, 3, 4 punch of Claiborne, Leonzi, Malave, and Parent. They have scored the majority. They've hit the majority of hits and scored the majority of runs here today.
Donato will attempt to pick off again on Leonzi. Leonzi back in safely. as he'll try it again. That one a little closer, not quite able to snag the runner.
Warriors have been taking more and more generous leads as the game progresses.
Well, if you want any chance of running on Whitfield, you're going to have to take that lead. As that massive hop draws a throw, Leonzi really, I mean, at least to Leonzi's credit, he's certainly drawing the attention of Coldonado.
Last season, he wasn't too big of a. I mean, he was third on the team with 15 stolen bases.
As that one will be lined over to Solomon. The umpires will say he caught it in the air. That'll be the third out for the Jumbos as they desperately now look for some runs here in the bottom of the seventh. I would like to point out over on Bellow Field for any Jumbos fans, the Tufts women's lacrosse team is up on Trinity in the fourth quarter, 20-5. So a nice little bit of revenge after the men's basketball team took a tough loss last night in the Sweet 16 at Trinity College, a game that I personally made the trip out to on the Tufts fan bus. Getting back to campus last night at 11:30, turning around and coming right back here 10 hours later. But the Jumbos, both their men's lacrosse team and women's lacrosse team, playing the Trinity College Bantams. And I have not checked the men's score, but I would be willing to put good money on the fact that they are ahead. And welcome back to JumboCast here in the bottom of the seventh. Two things to mention: a new pitcher for the Warriors, Justin Marks, the sophomore, and also for the Tufts men's lacrosse. They are doing their job and beating the Trinity Bantams 12-2, as I had predicted. Justin Marks quickly, with his second pitch, gets himself to a 1-1 count on Jesse McCullough, as Mark's really working quickly now. McCullough on the day, 0 for 2 with a strikeout as he takes that one low in the dirt.
Mark's a new player here for the Warriors this year, a transfer from Albertus Magnus College.
As McCullough is able to drive that single to left field, getting on base for the leadoff base hit, as he's able to put himself on with no outs for Ozzie Fleischer. Fleischer 0 for 2 on the day. He'll look to put himself on for the top of the Jumbos lineup. Marks' pitch, a bunt by Fleischer. Goes foul, as Fleischer will stay in the box at 0-1. That's what you can do if you're Ozzie Fleischer. The Jumbos with no shortage of speed on the base paths, looking potentially to get another runner on base as Fleischer fouls that one off, now 0-2.
If you're the Jumbos, just what you need to get a leadoff base runner in the bottom of the seventh. It's really now or never if you want to come back in this game.
As the 0-2 is taken in the dirt to Fleischer, 1-2. The 1-2 from Marks. Big curveball Driven foul by Fleischer. Is the third base coach making a nice play. It's the 1-2 to Fleischer. Gets past Penders as McCullough able to advance to second with 0 outs, and now a 2-2 count.
That ball looked like it didn't bounce at all and just went straight through the 5-hole of the catcher. Another reason why the turf of the field is really getting to the Eastern Connecticut State players.
As Fleischer drives it to right, a big slice on that ball, just landing foul.
And it'll be interesting to see if there is a ball that gets through the infield, if the third base coach will send Jesse McCullough through third base and try to score.
The 2-2 to Fleischer. High pitch, bit of an emergency swing for Fleischer. He wishes he didn't, as the count will remain 2-2. Two again from Marks. As Fleischer drives it to deep left field. That'll go all the way to the wall. That'll drive in Jesse McCullough. Fleischer gets into second, standing up. The Jumbos getting on the board here in the bottom of the 7th. It's a big swing there from Fleischer as we finally get the opportunity to hear the song for the Jumbos scoring a run. Not sure if you're able to hear it over the microphones, but it is Shots by LMFAO. As I was on the camera for the Brandeis game, as Whitfield able to get hit by the pitch as he gets to first base. I'll quickly mention, as we were able to hear that, no shortage of chances to hear that song last Wednesday. The Jumbos able to get on the board here in the 7th inning.
That was a pitch straight to the body of Malcolm Whitfield. He should be rocked by that.
Whitfield, no worse for wear, just happy to get on base. That'll bring up
Number 28, Malachi Pena, who last game was 3 for 4 with a couple RBIs. We see him pinch hitting here, and there's a mound visit.
That'll be the end of the day for Justin Marks, as we will see a new Warriors pitcher. We'll get you that name and number as soon as we see who it is.
The sound effects crew here playing bye-bye as Justin Marks walks off the field. But the Jumbos have put themselves in a good position here with runners on base and, of course, Fleischer driving in McCullough. And Malachi Pena, he had 2 doubles last game against the judges of Brandeis, and we'll see. Obviously, Coach Svagnus has a lot of confidence in him to try and do something here with the Jumbos still down 4 runs.
And when you look at these...
And the new pitcher for the Warriors will be Tierman Powers. Powers coming into this game, having not pitched yet this season. Powers, the right-handed junior pitcher.
Yep, and he's new to this Warriors team, having just transferred from UConn Avery Point. Him and Ryan Parent have a great relationship, the first baseman that is, with Parent saying that his favorite moment of all time is being is rooming with Tiernan Powers over at East Connecticut State.
Just an update on the Tufts women's lacrosse. It looks like the game has just finished 20-6 to the Jumbos, a complete blowout win over there on Bello.
And Malachi Pena on the season in 4 at-bats, 3 hits, 2 of them being doubles, 2 RBI, and an OPS of 2,000. He'd love to keep that up, as he certainly has a chance to get some more RBIs with 2 runners in scoring position.
Pena did get a look last game at the home opener. He also pinch ran there, and we'll see what he can do today.
The leadoff pitch from Powers hits Malachi Pena, and that will load up the bases. Now 2 of the 3, I'm pretty sure that's just 2 straight batters for the Jumbos being hit by the pitch, as that will put Henry Fleckner in a position to, if he hits a home run, that would tie this game, but Fleckner will just be looking to put the ball in play and get 1 run, maybe probably 2 runs into score with the speed of Whitfield. As the leadoff pitch is driven to medium center left. Leonzi gets under it. The throw comes into second. The run will score from from Fleischer, as Whitfield will remain at second. Now 1 out, 2 runners on, and the deficit being reduced to 3.
That's a crucial ribby by Henry Fleckner. He just steps into the ball. And while he might have hit that sacrifice fly, not a line drive as coaches want, he got the bat to the ball and drove it into the outfield.
Yep, the last thing Tufts would have wanted there was either a double play or a strikeout. And it's good to at least drive in 1 run there. And there's still only 1 out in this inning.
That'll bring up the right fielder, Cooper Smith. Smith on the day, 0 for 2 with 1 strikeout and 1 walk, facing Powers. As Whitfield's dancing all over the second base, that pitch coming in to Penders a bit inside. The Jumbos, as the sun is finally peeking out a little bit from behind the clouds. The 1-0 swung on and missed from Cooper Smith. A big swing. I would say he was trying to put that ball deep into the outfield on that one.
450 dead center.
I don't know if our guys have that much power, Brian.
Yeah, there's a reason they're D3, but great athletes nonetheless.
As it looks like the Jumbos were putting the runners in motion on that play, perhaps a hit and run attempt. Smith sending that one foul, and the count now 1-2. The 1-2 is driven to center right field. That will be caught by the center fielder, Leonzi. Nice play over to get that. As if that ball gets down, it gets to the wall, and that scores 1, if not 2. As we're going to have another pinch hitter now for the Jumbos. It will be number 41, AJ Lisco. And
Jumbo's looking for power here, as AJ Lisco in the Jumbo's first game hit a home run to deep right field. To go along with that, he also walked in the freshman's first ever game as a Jumbo.
AJ Lisco is a complete athlete. He played baseball and football at St. Sebastian's High School. He is a freshman, and obviously with his first career homer on the home opener, he's going to be getting some more looks pinch hitting and maybe even starting as the season goes on.
so Lisco, that being his first ever collegiate at bat, being a home run, Lisco with a collegiate career OPS of 5,000. Obviously, that not really meaning much, but just, fun thing to point out how, 1 at bat, 1 home run, 5,000 OPS. As Lisco takes strike 1 from Powers. That breaking ball looked decent. Powers certainly thought so, as he I guess, missed for ball one, evening up the count. Just the 1-1 is well outside. Nice, nice get there by Penders, able to prevent any runners from advancing. As the 2-1 check swing did not go, and it is called a ball, now 3-1.
Similar with Pena, it's just super interesting that Coach Fagus has the confidence in his freshmen to pinch hit here in the most crucial moments.
The 3-1 is looked at for a strike now with 2 outs and a full count. Whitfield and Smith will be in motion on the pitch as they go, and that ball is swung on and fouled into the netting. We will do it again with the full count.
It looks like AJ Lisco is wearing sneakers, which is an interesting choice of footwear for a baseball game.
The payoff pitch is taken high for ball 4, and that will load up the bases for Connor Flavin with 2 outs. Flavin will look to get the Jumbos a little closer here, as now some high pressure situations, as we're going to see another pitching change for the Warriors. The day for Powers is done, and the new pitcher for the Warriors appears to be number 29, Chris Torres. And welcome back here. So the new pitcher for the Warriors will be Chris Torres. Torres on the season has pitched in 3 innings, has allowed no runs, and has a walks plus hits per innings pitch, otherwise known as WHIP, of exactly 1. He'll look to get the Warriors out of this little bit of a jam they've got going on the base paths, as Connor Flavin would love to do some damage here against the left-handed pitcher.
Torres, who has shown impressive stuff so far this season. We're seeing a similar trend here with both teams' coaches looking to their freshmen in crucial moments, as Torres is a freshman here pitching in the 7th inning.
And what it looks like is we have a replay of the bottom of the 6th inning. Bases are loaded, and Connor Flavin is up to bat. So hopefully he can deal some damage here and hit a dinger deep left.
We've also got a pinch runner for the Jumbos, as running for AJ Lisco will be the outfielder Owen McKiernan. McKiernan hoping to add some speed on the base paths, as the leadoff pitch to Flavin is taken in the dirt for ball 1. The Jumbos loading up with speed on the base paths with Whitfield, Pena, and McKiernan, as that'll be another ball in the dirt for ball 2.
Brian had mentioned how Flavin was up to bat with the bases loaded in the 6th inning. This is really Tufts trying to, the whole team trying to exercise their demons with the bases loaded in this game. I don't believe they have a hit yet with the bases loaded.
So 2-0 will be a big swing from Flavin, but no contact made. That'll be strike 1. The 2-1 is fouled into the parking lot. Does not hit a car.
Oh, no.
Has everyone safe over there. That'll be now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs on Flavin. That'll be swung on for strike 3 by Connor Flavin. And the Jumbos will only score 2 runs in the inning, once again leaving the bases loaded as we go into the top of the 8th with the Warriors still holding a 5-2 lead.
Their left on base woes continue. That is the 3rd inning of the game where runners have been left on base, and the 2nd time where Flavin has been up to bat and has not been able to execute. So this is up to Coach Fagdis to really get in the film room and change this lineup if the Jumbos can execute.
I'm looking over at the team stats page, and at the moment, it's 10 runners left on base by the Jumbos compared to only 4 for the Warriors. So that, I mean, if that goes the other way, the Jumbos could certainly be right in this game, at tied perhaps. Or
And the
perhaps
hits are
ahead.
even.
Yeah.
The hits are even.
The hits are even at 6-6.
So it's just good defense by the Eastern Connecticut State Warriors to really keep this game at such a sizable lead.
It's also just been the ability of Ray Leonzi to hit the deep ball. And even looking before that, I mean, Clayburn's ability to get on base with those walks. I mean, those at-bats were just incredible. At least 6 or 7 pitches in each of those where he was behind in the count and then climbed back and was able to get on base for those home runs by Leonzi. So instead of those being solo home runs, they were 2 runners.
Leading off for Eastern Connecticut in the top, he's been the first baseman of
And now Ryan Parent will come up to bat will come up to the plate for the 4th time today. 1 for 2 with a walk. As Donato will remain in the game for his 3rd inning of work. Donato having allowed only 1 base runner through 2 innings, as he will look to further shut down the Warriors as he deals strike 2 on Ryan Parent. Donato's 0-2 is looked at for a ball. Whitfield appealing down to the first base umpire. The call being no swing.
Appealing just does not seem to be working today. I don't think there's been 1 called strike on the appeal.
That one will be looked at for another ball. Whitfield trying to frame that one.
I wouldn't go for the frame on that one. It's a little too far off. So if you want the frame, you need to keep the frames close on the balls that you're going to frame as a catcher.
The 2-2 will be taken well inside. As to your point, Whitfield looks to be attempting to frame everything right now.
That's not what you want from a catcher, and I think that's something in Whitfield's game that he can improve on, is knowing the right pitches to frame and the right pitches not to frame, because when he does frame it and it is close, he gets that call perfectly.
And now on the 3-2, Parent fouling that one off down the third base, into the third base netting, as we will do it again. The payoff pitch is fouled off once again. The payoff pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. The 3rd strikeout of the afternoon for Cole Donato. 3 strikeouts through 3 of the 7 outs, have been strikeouts for Donato.
Donato won that battle. We've seen a lot of the time today the Warriors have won these sort of long at-bat battles, but this time here, Donato comes out on top.
And that'll bring in the shortstop, Zach Donahue. Donahue squared up to bunt, but brings it back for ball one. Donahue on the day, 0 for 3 with a strikeout. As he drives that sharply to McCullough, it gets between his legs. Will get into right field as Donahue is able to reach safely.
That's just one of those routine plays that you see the second baseman is backing up on the ball. When you are in the infield, you want to step up and take that ball in front of you, which is just bad coaching on the part of the Jumbos, in my opinion.
And that'll go as an E4, the third error of the day for the Jumbos. The first two of those errors being on Connor Pedeswa, as we'll have a pinch hitter.
Number 17, Josh Cofrancesco.
As Cofrancesco, will pinch hit for the Warriors.
Cofrancesco scoring the only run of the game for the Warriors in their previous game against Shenandoah. A bit surprising here that he wasn't put in the starting lineup, but as we can see here, he is pinch hitting.
The 1-0 from Donato is looked at for ball two. As McKiernan has remained in the game at left field, replacing John Fritz after having pinch hit for him in the bottom of the seventh. The pickoff from Donato is not successful.
Cofrancesco from Southington, Connecticut, same as fellow Warrior Ryan Parent. They both also went to the same high school, St. Paul Catholic.
As Cofrancesco drives to third, that'll be a double play turned by Patrick Solomon, throwing over to McCullough, over to Flavin. Down go the Warriors, and that'll end the top of the eighth. The Jumbos it's the Jumbos' turn to get offense as they face a 3-run deficit going into the eighth.
No runs, no hits. There was one Jumbo's error.
Welcome back to JumboCast here in the bottom of the eighth. Defensive substitution for the Warriors as number 15, Jack McLaughlin, will head into right field as the bunt will go foul from Patrick Solomon.
Here in the bottom of the eighth, it's crunch time for the Jumbos. They're able to close the deficit a little bit in the bottom of the seventh inning, but obviously left a couple runners on base, so they only need 3 now as opposed to 5, but still some work to do.
That ball is sent foul. I just realized I made a pretty massive mistake on that. There was no defensive substitution on the right field for the Warriors. It is still Jason Claiborne. My apologies. The 1-2 to Solomon is looked at for ball 2. The 2-2 is looked at in the dirt for a ball. I'll fill up the count.
Good at bat here by Solomon, and he really wants to get on base. A leadoff runner is exactly what the Jumbos need here.
The 3-2 is driven over to Malave. Malave makes the throw, just beating out Solomon for out number 1. I'll send up Jesse McCullough to the plate for the Jumbos.
The second baseman, number 2, Jesse McCullough.
McCullough on the day, 1 for 3 with a strikeout.
And he was the one who started the rally last inning when Fleischer brought him in. Let's see if he can do the same here.
McCullough now ahead in the count, 2-0. Torres's 2-0 is swung on and missed for strike 1 from McCullough. It'll be ball 3 as Torres working pretty quickly here.
Yeah, Torres is working a lot in the bottom of the zone. Doesn't want to give up any high cheese hits, as Brian called it earlier.
McCullough able to draw the walk ahead of Ozzie Fleischer. It'll be 1 on, 1 out for the Jumbos here in the bottom of the 8th.
The shortstop, number 12, Ozzie Fleischer.
Fleischer on the day, 1 for 3 with that RBI double to left in the 7th inning. That put the Jumbos on the board. Now he'll look to do some more damage as Torres will throw over to first. No problem for Jesse McCullough. As the 1-0 is looked at right down the middle for a strike. The 1-1 bunt shown by Fleischer. He'll lay it down, and the throw will beat him as McCullough is able to successfully advance to second, though nearly getting picked off after the play. He'll get down to second, putting runner in scoring position for Malcolm Whitfield with 2 away.
And Whitfield can certainly put the ball in play. Interesting decision there for Fleischer to hit a sacrifice bunt with there already being 1 out. Just puts more pressure on Whitfield now with 2 outs in the inning.
Whitfield on the day, 1 for 3 with a strikeout. And so climbing with Torres, that pitch way outside. As Whitfield flies it down the right field line, it will go foul towards the Trinity Lacrosse parents' tent.
Just didn't get quite the amount of contact that Malcolm Whitfield would want. Only a few feet foul.
And the 1-1 will be looked at for strike 2.
Going back to the first inning with Whitfield's first hit, I believe it was with 2 strikes, and he's going to have to do the same here to keep the inning alive.
As he fouls that off, or I guess he did not foul it off as he swung on for strike 3. That'll retire the side. The Jumbos with base runner, but no runs scored. Welcome back to JumboCast. And the top of the ninth inning, the Warriors up 3 will have Jared Clark, Hank Penders, and Emmanuel Zader scheduled to bat in the top of the ninth, as Donato will return to the mound for his 4th inning of work as he deals ball 1.
Donato has been incredibly efficient so far, and even if the Jumbos don't end up pulling off the comeback, he's done an incredible job sort of eating up innings here after Pedesvo only was able to pitch through 5. This will now be his 4th.
The 1-1 to Clark is swung on and fouled off for strike 2. Donato's 1-2 is looked at just a bit outside for ball 2. The 2-2.
Donato looking for that outside corner that has been called a strike pretty much throughout the day, but a little bit too far off the plate.
Now the payoff pitch is looked at outside for ball 4. Clark getting on base for the 3rd time this afternoon.
And Jared Clark is amped up right now. He knows that extending this inning is just going to make it tougher on the pitching staff for the next game of the 9-inning doubleheader coming up.
And now it'll be the catcher, Hank Penders, up to bat for the Warriors. Penders on the day 0 for 3. Penders shows bunt, lays it down, and that'll be an easy out for the Jumbos, though it does advance Jarrett Clark over to second. So it'll be 1 out with a runner in scoring position for Emmanuel Zader.
Yeah, good job by Donato there, remaining calm, realizing that he probably would not be able to get the play at second, and converting a simple assist to first for the out at first.
Now Zader on the day 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Still look to drive in a little bit of an insurance run as he flares that one into the first base dugout netting. And the 0-1 is swung through and missed. Quickly 0-2 for Donato. And I'll point out Donato's pitch count here. It's now 46, including these first two pitches of the at-bat, through 4 1/3 inning. So he's done a great job being able to limit his pitch count and eat up innings, as you were mentioning, Jason.
That's right. Just incredibly efficient.
That ball is flied to right field. Cooper Smith able to get onto it, make the play for out number 2, throw it into McCullough, keeping Clark where he is. And that'll be, not Clark, as for the Warriors, Nick Montagna has pinch ran for Jared Clark. Has looked to get some extra speed on the bases.
Yep, and that's Montagna's first appearance, the transfer from Pace University, then Quinnipiac. This is first year for the Warriors.
Now with 2 outs for Eastern Connecticut State. Donato will deal. Swung on, tipped right into the glove for strike 1. The pickoff move from Donato is, just not in time. The Jumbos thought they had got him napping. I, for a second, thought he did as well. But Montagna able to get back into second safely.
It looked like Montagno was just in time, even though the crowd here at GIT is not too pleased with that call.
The 0-1 is swung through for strike 2. Donato 1 strike away from getting through 4 scoreless innings.
It would be very impressive to possibly strike out Claiborne, who has remained in the game and has been great at the plate so far today.
Claiborne on the day, 0 for 2 with 2 walks. As he takes outside for ball 1. The 1-2 from Donato is low. Now the 2-2 is driven to the Warriors bullpen.
Jason Claiborne having gone to Woodland Regional High School, same high school that Justin Marks, who had pitched in an earlier inning for the Warriors. There's a lot of inter-high school connections here that they have on this Warriors team, mainly because so many of them have come from Connecticut.
The 2-2 is driven to McCullough. He makes the play successfully this time. Tosses over to Flavin, and that will retire the side. The Jumbos now down to their last 3 outs as they need to score 3 runs to keep this game going. We head to the 9th. Up for the Jumbos will be Malachi Pena, Henry Fleckner, and Cooper Smith scheduled to bat for Tufts University. And welcome back to JumboCast here for the bottom of the 9th. It'll be the aforementioned Malachi Pena up for his first at-bat of the afternoon. As he flies it sky high into right field. Claiborne able to get under it and make the play for out number 1.
The ball was a good swing by Pena. He just drives through. It's just at the top of the bat, so the ball reaches the warning track, but don't think it would get over that wonderful wall we have at the back of the GIT.
And it looks like Chris Torres will remain in the game for the Warriors pitching. He'll look to close this one out and earn what I think would be, I'm pretty sure would be the save, as Fleckner stands in and takes ball 1, evening up the count at 1-1. Torres is 1-1, taken for ball 2.
Torres fast pitching here to try and get this game over with, but Fleckner having none of that calls time. The 2-1 in the dirt.
3-1 is big, swung on in a big way by Henry Fleckner, and a big miss, as now the count is full at 3-2. Torres deals in the, no, it's not a for ball 4, as that is a called strike 3 by the home plate umpire, and that will put the Jumbos down to their final out, as that'll bring up the right fielder Cooper Smith, who is 0 for 3 on the day with 1 walk. As Torres deals outside, Torres wanting to get this game over with.
Yeah, and so far this game, I mean, the Eastern Connecticut State pitchers have just been really efficient in general.
As Smith drives it to deep right center field, that'll be on the warning track. Claiborne makes the play, and that'll do it for us here in the front end of this Saturday afternoon doubleheader. The Warriors take this one 5-2. Jason, Ryan, your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a much different game, obviously, than the Tufts first game a couple days ago on Wednesday. Eastern Connecticut State, despite their record, like I said earlier, better team than that. They're playing some really tough competition, put on a show pitching-wise, starting with Matthew Wooten, who was just lights out throughout most of this game. And Tufts left many batters on the bases, runners on the bases, and just could not keep up.
To your point, ECSU definitely deserved this win today. Their pitching was stellar. They made the Jumbos swing, and they made them miss when it needed to be. On the other hand, the ECSU offense was amazing. They put the bat to the ball, and they extended the pitch count, which is something we want to see at D3 level with the limited amount of pitchers to go through. However, this is something to improve on the game. Jumbos just need to limit the amount of errors going on with the fielding, and maybe trying to pick off less, since it's not been working, and just rely on your catcher to do the job for you.
That'll be all for us here on JumboCast for the first leg of the doubleheader. I'd like to thank the rest of the crew, Andrew Howe on the computer directing, our camera operators today, a team effort from Gabe Gonzalez, Lily Brinsinghofer, and Jordan Burke. Alongside me has been Jason Strait and Brian Becker. I've been Justin Loker. Game 2 is scheduled to begin in 30 minutes. We will leave the stream running, and as always, stay home safely.
so hypnotic, magical, go, 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 go. Hypnotic.
Hello and welcome back down to Sol Gittleman Park for the second game between Eastern Connecticut State University and your Tufts Jumbos. I am Jordan Burke, joined alongside by Andrew Howe and Jared Cohen for what seems like the first time in a long time. I'm back on the mic with Jared. Game number 2, Gavin Brown will be on the mound for Tufts. But before we get underway there, guys, you want to walk us through what happened in game number 1?
If you're just joining us here, 5-2 was the score for your Eastern Connecticut State Warriors as they took the win over the Jumbos. It was 2 massive home runs by the center fielder Ray Leonzi that led the charge, both of which against the tough starting pitcher Connor Pedesva, who struggled getting through that 5th inning, allowed 5 runs in his first outing of the year. Jumbos had opportunities to get runs on the board. They loaded the bases up a couple of times, Jared, but just were not able to capitalize when the moment mattered most.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was the story of the game earlier today, was the failure to capitalize with runners in scoring position. But pretty much all of Eastern Connecticut's runs, 4 of their 5, came on pretty much identical home runs from the center fielder Leonzi, both to right field, both with Jason Claiborne on base, both 2-run home runs, pretty much deja vu. And the Jumbos, same issue. They had the bases loaded 3 different times and really could not get the runners across. So, you know, not a lot to learn from that first game, but this is a Eastern Connecticut team that was really, really strong the last couple of years. They came into today 0-3. Not something I think they expected, even though they did play one of the better teams in the country. But, you know, getting a win in the first game, not surprising. Should be a really tough matchup here in the second game.
Yeah, that first win broke a 2-game losing streak against Tufts. Historically, Eastern Connecticut State does have that head-to-head 5-2, but the previous 2 matchups in 2018 and 19, Tufts came out on top. Obviously, that streak has now ended before it could get to 3, but we'll see if Tufts is ready to bounce back as things are about to get underway. The right fielder, Jason Claiborne, going to lead things off for the Warriors. Fouls the first pitch back that he sees.
And toeing the slab is Gavin Brown, the graduate student out of Bradenton, Florida. Had a couple of outings in the starting lineup, or in the starting rotation, and also spent some time as a reliever. But overall, we're looking at him to be a strong third piece of this rotation. Of course, we saw Silas Reed and Pedeswa already get outings. And in the NESCAC, in this conference play, you're going to have to play 3 games in a row. You're going to need 3 strong starting pitchers.
1-1 from Brown, in for a strike. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, out number 1 for Tufts, and Gavin Brown records his first strikeout of the 2024 season.
And he's got strikeout stuff, 25 in only 19 innings last year. Anytime you really see a guy over 9 strikeouts per 9 innings, especially here in D3, that's not something to sneeze at. We've got 2 pitchers on the mound today, with Driscoll coming in, hopefully, next inning for Eastern Connecticut. Both guys that really rack up the strikeout, so should see a lot of swing and miss stuff.
And Brown standing tall at 6'5". He's able to be a very towering presence there on the bump. And you saw there working that off speed in with 2 strikes really was a phenomenal pitch to get Claiborne on that strikeout to start this game off.
Leonzi will take that pitch for a strike. Entered today with 0 extra base hits and had 2 walloping home runs in game number 1. But with the lefty-on-lefty matchup, might present a little bit more difficulty with trying to go out to right field and hit one over the Gittleman Goliath.
Is that what we're calling it now?
I've settled on it, yes.
I can't think of anything better.
Had the Brown Monster. It just
I don't know about that.
It doesn't ring as well as our fellow wall in Fenway.
I think the only issue with calling it the Brown Monster is I think UMass Boston, also has a massive left field wall to mimic the Green Monster of Fenway, and I think they have a name similar to that. I think they call it the Blue Monster out there.
If the Red Sox get Wally as the mascot for the Green Monster, who is the Tufts mascot for the Goliath?
Sol Gittleman himself.
I don't know if he's around all the time.
1-2, hit up to a jumping Connor Flavin. He'll reel that one in for pretty athletic out number 2.
Yeah, we saw a couple of those balls, line drives right over the heads of some defenders in the first game, and Flavin being able to make sure that first hard hit ball by Leonzi in the second game did result in an out. That 6'2" frame needed every inch of it.
Third baseman Lucas Malave will step in as I receive a very important message from a JumboCast and Tufts baseball legend to inform me that the wall is referred to from time to time as the Great Wall of Medford.
That has no ring to it, to be honest. I'm with the Gittleman Goliath over the Great Wall of Medford.
1-0, a little high, ball 2.
And we're trying to take already great walls names. You know, we gotta be original here.
This one hit high, shallow right field. Cooper Smith coming in, settling under, out number 3.
So yeah, a really clean start to this game here for Gavin Brown. We know he's able to pitch very strongly, you know, in these shorter outings. The question is, will he be able to be stretched out well enough to be kind of implanted as that third starter? Luckily for the Jumbos, only using that one relief pitcher in Donato in that last game. So they'll have the entirety of their bullpen to work with to try to get through here. And on the other side here, for the side of Eastern Connecticut State, got a really solid pitcher looking for a bounce back in his second start in Dan Driscoll. Yeah,
Driscoll, the ace, frankly, of this Eastern Connecticut staff. He went 8-4 last year, 2.63 ERA, 87 strikeouts in only 75 innings. Really one of the guys they look to lead that squad. Opposing batting average, only 210 last year. The team was around 250, only gave up 2 home runs. Really a guy who they look to shove every time he comes on the mound. First team All Little East last year. He was D3 Baseball Team of the Week several times, and just, frankly, the guy that they look for, as I said, every week to come out and shut down the opponent. So we should be having a good matchup today, him against Brown. As Andrew said, Gavin Brown, not traditionally a consistent starter for the Jumbos, only a couple starts before this year, but with the new look roster, lots of guys graduated, should be in for quite the pitching matchup.
Of course, when mentioning the list of accolades for Dan Driscoll, can't forget about that 4th team All-America, especially when you consider just the breadth of D3 schools that fall into that list. To make any All-American team is obviously already a very huge factor, but to go 4th team, not a whole lot of guys in terms of pitchers are above you. And remember, that factors in relief pitchers, and anyone who has ever stood on the mound qualifies for those pitcher spots. Henry Fleckner, center fielder, leading off for Tufts.
But really just a reminder of how strong this Eastern Connecticut State program has been. As I said, national champions 2 years ago. They won 23 games in a row on their way to that championship. Last year, won their conference for the second year in a row. I mean, you really can't do much more than that. That's why, as I said, the 0-3 start was just so surprising. But they came in here, they won the first game, and they're looking to make a statement.
The bats just never really started to get going for them in that opening series that actually took place down in Virginia. Jason Claiborne really the only player on their team to actually have a solid day or a solid couple of days at the plate. But today we obviously saw another player get involved as Ray Leonzi hit those 2 rockets over the right field fence. And hopefully for Eastern Connecticut State, had OPS as a team of over 850 last season, which, you know, is pretty incredible.
325, I believe, as a team last year. The Jumbos are at something like 260. So, you know, different conferences, as he draws a walk. Different conferences, of course, but, you know, that's a gap. For sure, that's a gap. It's a team that wants to hit. Yes, they had some players graduate, some program legends really graduated. Matt Malcolm, who his stats just could blow your brains out. 15 home runs last year, 40 RBIs, one of the best players in their program history. He graduated, but a lot of that team is still there. Again, team that won a national championship 2 years ago. They went 35-12 last year. The team they lost to 2 of the first 3 games, Shenandoah, top 5 in the country. So don't think there's a lot that needs to be drawn from the beginning of the season. We know how strong Eastern Connecticut State is, and that's why I'm so excited to watch.
Well, after the runs could not pour in for Tufts in game number 1, you saw Fleischer go to lay down a bunt there. Speed has always been in favor of Tufts, one of the more prolific base-stealing teams that we have in Division III. As we see Fleckner running, throw down to second will be almost in time, but the swim move from Fleckner will have him in safe at second.
I think that throw beat him there, but you're right. Nifty move to get in safely. He is a creative base runner, led the team in stolen bases last year. Wide receiver on the football team. He's got speed.
It was a good throw from Matthew Bradbury, the catcher for the ECSU Warriors, but swim move was good. The stolen bases were a big issue that The Warriors had last year 172 stolen bases allowed. And when you consider a roster like Tufts, who in the first game they played against Brandeis had 10 stolen bases in just one game, I was going to make a comment about it when Fleckner was on first, because he led the team last year with 25 stolen bases. But
I believe it tied a program record too. I mean, he is all speed, all gas, all the time.
0-2 from Driscoll. Low and through the legs of Bradbury. Fleckner will advance to third.
It's interesting you bring that up, Jordan. The amount of steals that Eastern Connecticut State allowed in their 2023 campaign, because a large part of their offensive production was at the catcher position in Malcolm. And now, of course, they're kind of filling it in with a bit of a platoon between Bradbury and, of course, Penders, who we saw earlier today as ball 2 comes in from Fleischer. So,
they're going to say Fleischer went around on that one. Ball was low and inside, but on the check swing, Fleischer goes around. Out number 1. Fleischer, not the biggest fan of the call, but regardless, it'll bring up Malachi Pena, who's done a bit of a service here from the DH spot for Tufts this season. Has pinch hit in both of the games they had in this DH spot. Pretty solid bat. Surprisingly speedy as well for a bigger player.
Yeah, Pena's been mentioned as somebody who has performed really well in some of the fall games that Tufts played. A really nice bat that they've been using off the bench, and now gets a start at DH.
Pena swinging at this one. Ball carrying out to right field. Settling underneath it is Claiborne, but that should be deep enough. Fleckner tagging. No throw home. Jumbo's strike first.
And that's what you're looking to do. Get your bat on the ball, put the ball in play, and get that man home from third. Only one out. Exactly what the team was looking for there. Didn't have to do too much. Drove that, honestly, pretty deep to right field. Ball hasn't quite been carrying too much that way, except for those 2 home runs earlier. And there we go, 1-0.
While the wind is carrying out towards right field, it is pushing in. So any ball that will be hit high and towards right field, expect to be knocked down a little bit.
Just shows you how impressive those 2 home runs were, because they went straight through that wind.
Cooper Smith now the batter for Tufts, batting cleanup as he has in all 3 games that we've seen him. Now finds himself behind Driscoll 0-2.
When you look at Smith, I mean, his numbers last season in community college, absolutely insane. I mean, he had over 400. He had a bunch of home runs. Definitely a big piece. The carryover from community college D3 to NCAA D3, I'm not entirely sure, but replacing Jimmy Evans there in right is going to be very important.
I think they've shown that they have trust in him. As you said, I mean, coming from Northern Essex Community College, they won the championship in JUCO Division III, and it's not like it was a small sample size. 406, 513, 688. Swings and misses there, but I think that's a guy you're going to see in the middle of this lineup for the most of the season.
Surprisingly awkward inning for Driscoll there. You know, he seemed dominant. 2 strikeouts, got the sac fly, but that 1 walk and stolen base really coming back to bite him in the butt. Tufts striking first, going up 1-0. It'll be a interesting question to see whether or not they'll hold on to this lead. That 4th inning, 5th inning, 2nd, 3rd time through the order really has been the defining point in terms of offense happening against them. If you look back to the Brandeis game, Silas Reed had no hits through 4 innings, and then 5th inning rolls around, 5 runs come in for the Judges. Very similar situation happening in the first game here as well. Couple of innings of low hit, no hit ball for Connor Pedeswa, and then all of a sudden it's a 5-0 lead in favor of the Warriors. So assuming all things hold true to how Tufts has performed this season, early runs will be crucial for them.
Definitely true. I think looking at just this first inning, small sample size, hard to see what's going to happen next. But Brown looked good, I thought, in that top of the first. And I really liked that the Jumbos were able to play a little bit of small ball, given the fact that in that first game they just could not get guys home when they got them on base. We'll take a stolen base, a pass ball, and a sac fly. I think that is the type of smart base running and hitting that can carry you a long way as long as the bats start heating up along with it.
Leading off the bottom of the second, it's the 2023 second-team All-LEC first baseman, Ryan Parent. He'll take a swing at the first pitch he sees fouled.
Yeah, Parent, 802 OPS and 162 plate appearances last season, but didn't play a ton in that series down in Virginia. Actually only got 2 total at-bats, 4 total plate appearances. and was looking for his first hit entering today.
And when you look at just how deep this team is, they had, I believe, 8 guys make one of the 3 all-LEC teams last year, and you have guys like Parent, like Cole Francesco coming off the bench, pinch hitting. They just have depth up and down this lineup.
Speaking of depth, got a lot of new players on the field for the Jumbos right now. We have Tyler Wong at second base, Owen McKiernan making his first start over in left field for today. And we have behind the plate Connor Brawla, who's going to really settle into that backup catcher option. You know, here in D3 with doubleheaders galore, having 2 solid catchers is going to be very important for this team.
And Ben Leonard, who is not in the lineup right now, has also partly transitioned to catcher, so we could be seeing him at times this year. I think the Jumbos like what they have in terms of different guys they can slot in behind the plate.
Definitely have a lot of versatility when it comes to player positioning. Leonard, outfielder last year, starting DHing, can play catcher.
Have we seen him at catcher yet?
In the first game of the season against Brandeis, after he had been pinch hit for, he threw on some catcher gear and came out to warm up some pitchers, but
no,
has not played a game as a catcher yet. Full count, pitch to Parent, in there, called strike 3. Another strikeout for Gavin Brown.
Good location from Brown, got him on the inside corner. He mixed up his pitches pretty well in that at-bat, got Parent out in front, and then came back inside and sat him down.
Yeah, I was about to say, was that a changeup that he threw there? On that
Hard to
last
tell,
pitch?
but it was definitely had some movement on it and definitely froze Parent.
Mason Balmer, the batter now for the Warriors. A lot of first pitch swinging that we're seeing here so far today for ECSU. Balmer entering today, yet to have a hit in 2024, so definitely only way to go is up in terms of the batting average. Brown going to bounce that one in front of him.
Yeah, Balmer kind of swapping between the outfield positions. It's like between him, Co-Francesco, and Soriano, kind of each getting some playing time to start off this year. He one-dotted in the limited playing time that he had last year and looking to get back on the right side of things here in 2024.
Never heard that before. One-dotted?
Yeah, 1-dot OPS.
Like 1,000?
Yeah.
I've never heard that. Wow. In all my years.
1 dot.
I mean, I understand.
I haven't heard it either,
understand
but I guess
it.
it does make
no,
sense.
that's what I thought it would be, but I never heard it.
2-1 from Brown. Balmer will take, called strike 2.
That's a great pitch.
Balmer with 6 doubles and 2 homers and 17 hits. So his slugging really was great. I mean, the only issue, does strike out a decent amount, which Brown has been known to do.
Thinks about going, holds up, and the count will run full. First 3-ball count of the day for Brown. That one driven deep to left field, looking like it's going to go foul, though. McKiernan not able to get there in time. That ball was technically still in play, but the amount of zip, I don't think even Usain Bolt would have caught up to that one.
It kind of shows the power that Balmer has. Kind of turned on that a little bit too early, but definitely has the pop.
Balmer does have 2 home runs recorded in 2023. That one well inside ball 4. First base runner of game number 2 for ECSU.
And it seems like Brown is making an intentional decision to try to pitch these guys inside a little bit, but last couple pitches in that at-bat just lost control.
The left fielder, Josh Co-Francesco, will now come up to bat. 3rd team All-LEC last year. That one hit hard to right field. Cooper Smith backing up, but he has room. We'll reel that one in. Chase Balmer back to first.
Looks like David in front of that Goliath right there, right near the wall.
Good one.
Able to collect it.
This is why it has a great name.
I like that a lot.
It works. You get lines off of it.
Now imagine someone like makes a jumping catch up against the wall. David climbs the Goliath. I can already see it.
Did he climb?
I mean, that didn't happen in the story, no, but like it would sound cool.
A hard hit ball off the wall. You slingshot the rock off the Goliath. This one hit into right center field. Fleckner and Smith running over. Smith will reel that one in off the bat of Zach Donahue. 1 base runner left on the bags for the Warriors. Jumbos hold their lead 1-0.
some hard-hit contact there by Brown, but overall able to locate his pitches pretty well. Of course, did allow that one walk, but I like what we've seen so far from one of the newer members of the starting rotation here for the Jumbos. Of course, with someone like Connor Kinney, even Cameron Mayer, both exiting the Jumbo rotation, finding innings, finding starters is going to be a big question that we're going to have to answer for this team this year. And so far, so good, at least from what we've seen from Brown so far.
So we all saw that Brandeis Tufts game, what was it, 26-5, the first game of the season? What if I told you on April 5th, 1983, these two teams matched up, Tufts versus Eastern Connecticut State University, and Tufts lost by a score of 18-28.
18-28.
That is a football score, folks. I don't think we will be in for that today, but long history of this matchup going back to the 80s. As we said, Tufts has struggled, actually, 5-10. A lot of those games were a long time ago, but 18-28, that jumps out at you.
Yeah,
18-28 as a football score is kind of weird.
I mean, I think that would be a scoregami. I don't know if that's even possible.
Scoregami, yeah.
Tufts just sent a kicker out 6 times, couldn't get past midfield.
A lot of safeties.
9 safeties, but could never get a touchdown or another offensive score.
It would definitely be a scoregami. But that being said, I think baseball's come a long way since 1983.
It is interesting. We've seen many of Eastern Connecticut State's partners in the Little East Conference here at Gittleman Park, most notably the UMass teams, Dartmouth and Boston. But at least in my tenure here, we have not seen this team. And I think Coach Fagdis, in an effort to maybe make a more competitive schedule, help his team get off the ground running a little bit faster, getting some nice games in.
McKiernan going to get under that one, chasing the center fielder back, settling, and will reel that one in, almost tripping over himself. It is Ray Leonzi. Very solid grab from him. Nice job to track that one down.
Yeah, really a pretty impressive catch. Started going left, had to turn his body around the other way, I think adjusting with the wind, but reeled it in. I've been impressed with the outfield play really from both teams so far. It's not easy when the wind's blowing and it's cold. You don't know how the ball's going to move.
Second baseman Tyler Wong getting his first start to his collegiate career. Came into pinch hit in the Brandeis game. I believe he walked.
Yeah, had a walk and scored a run on that plate appearance.
But Andrew, I really liked what you were talking about in terms of the scheduling. Yeah, these two teams haven't played since 2019. Since then, of course, as I said, Eastern Connecticut State has really been a wagon every single year. I think it's a good choice to get Tufts some real competition early in the season and see how they fare.
Yeah, there's some. I feel like the NESCAC, in terms of strength compared to the other sports that they compete in, baseball is not necessarily one that they're always dominant in. So getting some other good, solid non-conference matchups. I mean, we see the basketball teams do that all the time. Giving baseball a shot at accomplishing that same thing. I mean, they made it to the NCAA regional last season in a year that was kind of seen as a rebuilding year almost, where they were looking to replenish some of their pieces.
2-2 grounded just off the top of Driscoll's glove. Wong will be safe at first. High hopper off of the mound, but Driscoll could not bring it down. That
Sometimes
one ruled a hit.
Just put your bat on the ball, hard contact. Doesn't matter where it goes. Find yourself on first base.
Yeah, nice to see Wong getting going. Defensive versatility has been the biggest thing that we've heard about him. Can play any one of those infield positions, second, short, or third. We'll see how he looks on the base paths. He looked pretty quick going down to first base.
Bit of a Brock Holt type, you might say. No?
There's a lot of players that fit that description, I would say.
Ben Zobrist.
Luis Guillorme, Met legend. Sadly now for the Braves, Driscoll back-to-back check-ins of Wong.
Oh, they call a balk.
Yeah, it looked as if he was going to go pitch, but then stepped off the mound to throw over to first, making it a balk.
And now they're sending him back.
Intriguing. So no call on the balk. I wonder, does that mean that parent could have
just tagged
him in the movement over to second? Because
I mean, did an umpire not point to second base? I saw an umpire point to second base.
I believe the second base umpire said balk, but was overruled by home plate and told no. So I guess you couldn't have tried to tag Wong there for a cheeky out. But we saw a lot of this in the Brandeis game. Whenever Tufts got runners on, multiple check-ins to the same runner. First pitch from Driscoll to Connor Flavin, good for a strike.
You know, famous umpire in the Major League Baseball, Ron Luciano. He umpired for 11 years. Quote, "I never called a balk in my life. I didn't understand the rule."
Flavin taking a swing at that 0-1 pitch going into the right field gap. Cut off by Claiborne. Throw in to the shortstop, I believe. Or excuse me, the second baseman, Emmanuel Zader, will not have a play at third. One out, runners on the corners as Patrick Solomon steps in for Tufts.
Yeah, it's really good to see Connor Flavin get started early. We saw he had a very streaky season last year where he had some stretches where he was on fire and some stretches where he was ice cold. Of course, went 3 for 5 with 2 doubles in that first game and getting a single in his first at-bat here in game number 3 of the year.
Driscoll will check in on Flavin. Not the guy you'd expect to run.
7 stolen bases last year. He can do it.
He can steal. Solomon looking to lay down a bunt. That one up in the air will fall. Tag attempt to be made at home. Can't happen. Wong is safe. Wong diving out to his right. Dodges Bradbury. Second run home for Tufts. Everyone safe on the bags.
I think it's hard to understate how impressive of a play that was. Diving around the catcher. It looked like he had him dead to rights. Conversation going with the umpire. He says he got his hand on the base just jumping around him.
Yeah.
But when that ball came off the bat, I thought he was going to be dead to rights.
And that's your classic safety squeeze, right? You put the ball in a position where the catcher and the pitcher both instinctually go for it. There's nobody covering the plate. By the time they had the catcher get back there, it was too late.
The catcher, Connor Brawla, stepping in now. Again, his first start of 2024. Did play the tail end of the Brandeis game.
It's another game of bit of, slow start for Dan Driscoll. I mean, this guy was an All-American in 2023, all LEC first team, as we said. But in that first game, of course, that they had struggled a little bit, gave up 11 hits and 4 earned runs, and hasn't been knocked around too much, but still 2 earned.
Brawla will ground that one out to the shortstop, Donahue, over to second for the force out there. 2 outs now, runners on the corners again for Tufts.
But just want to point out, we're 2 innings in, and in both innings, the Jumbos have played small ball, and they've gotten guys home from situations with less than 2 outs, which is something they could not do in the first game. First inning sac fly, second inning sac bunt, safety squeeze, not something you see all too often, though maybe a little bit more common in college baseball. So, 2 outs now, this is really where the pedal meets the floor. If you can get these guys home, despite the fact that there's 2 outs, you cannot really play small ball anymore. That could be the difference between what we saw in the first game and what we are seeing so far today.
Seems to be some confusion underway right now. We see that infield umpire coming in to talk with a coach from ECSU, but now the umpires will convene and have another discussion. I wonder if this goes back to the attempted pickoff of Flavin at second with nobody around. We saw that happen in the Brandeis game. Pitcher went to go make a motion with nobody covering second base, and it was ruled a balk, allowing the runner to advance. But given that this is the ECSU runner, that would be a weird thing to point out.
Yeah, I'm actually quite intrigued as what the conversation is right now.
And it's still going.
Coach Mike Oldenwalder of ECSU. This is his second year. I mean, coming right off of a team, that won the College World Series, coming in and still putting up a very solid performance, but obviously looking to bounce back. Still have 2 of those starters that were on that championship-winning team,
and they were great last year. I mean, they didn't make it all the way, of course, but it was nothing to sneeze at. Won their conference and made it to the tournament. Can't win the championship every year.
Back to the top of the lineup for Tufts. Henry Fleckner into bat. Walked his first time up just an inning ago. Driscoll back-to-back check-ins on Brawla at first. Fleckner will take the first pitch offered to him for a strike.
Fleckner back in that leadoff role has been kind of occupied by Malcolm Whitfield so far early this season, and with him out, sticking right back there.
Fleckner swinging there. That ball sailing into right field. That one will go off of the Goliath. 1 run is already home. Second one turning around third was Brawla. Tripped and fell. Has to retreat back to third now. Fleckner with an RBI double. Brings home 1. Tufts goes up 3.
Everyone seems to be using the opposite field today. to varying degrees of success, but now 2 home runs and now the double off the wall, or off the Goliath, might I say. Success he's in the opposite field, always a great sign for a team on offense trying to get things going. And so there we go, 2 outs, extra base hit, run scores. Might have been 2 if Brala hadn't fallen over, and I think if Brala makes it home, I think Fleckner flies into third.
Ozzie Fleischer will now get his second look at Dan Driscoll. First time up, struck out swinging, but now with 2 runners on and scoring position, looks to do more damage. Fleischer swinging at that one, hit high and well out of bounds.
Yeah, seeing Fleckner getting off to a very good start to this season. Of course, everyone kind of got off to a good start to the season against Brandeis, but having that double there. Actually, Fleckner's last games at Gittleman were that NESCAC quarterfinal series against Amherst. Also performed amazing in that best of 3. Keeping it straight at home.
Fleischer defending the plate will take out somebody's windshield. Of course, I mean that metaphorically. Ball was hit into the parking lot. Plenty of cars out there. 0-2 again, swinging. This one hit high, shallow center field. Coming in is Leonzi. He'll grab that one, stranding 2 in scoring position. Not until Tufts manages to put up a 2 spot, extend their lead 3-0.
And just uncharacteristic of Driscoll, as Andrew said, this is a guy who, in 75 innings last year, only gave up 58 hits, right? So, as I said, opponent batting average 210. Coming into today, he had given up 11 hits in 4 innings, now 3 in 3 innings. So just not really able to find the same success he had throughout last year. Obviously, only his second start of the year, but the Jumbo's glad to take any runs they can get off of a guy who was one of the best starting pitchers in the country last season.
And a lot of it isn't like stuff that is going to kill you as a starting pitcher, right? There wasn't a ton of hard hit balls. Like obviously that double from Fleckner into right field, that was a mistake that was punished here by Driscoll, but a lot of grounders, a lot of infield hits, and of course that bunt that crucially brought home a run. So if you're Driscoll and you're just worried about your stuff and your ability to kind of get things going eventually once conference play starts, wouldn't be too unfazed by what we've seen so far, but still want to see some of those results start to pour in as we continue to make our way down in this 2024 season.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. As we said, I mean, sac fly, safety squeeze. These are not exactly missiles off the bat.
If anything, Gavin Brown giving up a couple of hard hit balls himself, so we'll see what he looks like here in this 3rd inning of work. He had 2 starts that were very successful last season on, back in April 19th and 25th against Babson and Eastern Nazarene success respectfully. 4.2, 1 earned, and then against Eastern Nazarene, had 8 strikeouts, but also had 7 walks. So the strikeout stuff was there. He seems in control, at least so far, and so that's a good sign for the Jumbos if you're looking to find that 3rd piece to your rotation.
8th man down the lineup for ECSU, Matthew Bradbury, the catcher today. In at bat, swing and a miss, strike 1.
And Jared, we talked about how replacing that production at the catcher position for ECSU is going to be important. I mean, 15 out of their 37 home runs last year from that catcher position. You're not going to find it too much offensively so far, but I mean, at least defensively, we saw a pretty strong throw from Bradbury earlier in this game. Him alongside Penders, going to have to fill in at least a little bit.
1-1 from Brown, high and outside, ball 2. Bradbury taking all the way. Last 3 pitches he has seen. Count even now at 2s. Brown chasing his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon.
And he sits way back in the box, foot almost out of the back of the batter's box. Really lets the ball come to him.
Only 14 plate appearances last season for Bradbury, so really going to get a lot more of those opportunities this year.
3-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3, Gavin Brown, 3rd strikeout of the day.
I mean, just great job in terms of pitch location there from Brown. You saw the first that second to last pitch in the dirt for a ball, and then kind of using that to change the eye angle, and then right back up and in. Bradbury did not stand a chance as Brown picks up his 3rd K of this game.
Second baseman Emmanuel Zader into bat, ahead 1-0 against Brown. Zader entered today with a .250 batting average.
And Zader, another one of those players that is replacing a normal starter for ECSU last season.
This one hit high to left center field. McKiernan will find that one, reel it in, out 2.
Outfield has been pretty busy so far. That was really the first hit to left field, but everyone's getting the ball in the air.
If you look across both teams, that is the 6th flyout of the day. I got 3 F9s, 2 F8s, and 1 F7. Back at the top of the lineup for ECSU, Jason Claiborne. Struck out his first time facing Brown, behind 0-1 now.
Trying to get him to bite on that off speed there on the 0-1 count. Claiborne, great contact and also has a little bit of power here as well.
I mean, he's one of the better hitters you'll probably see all year, right? Career 350 hitter. You don't really run into those too often. 435 slugging, 450 on base. Yeah, 2 home runs last year, but he'll put the bat on the ball. He'll make plays, and he can run.
1-2 from Brown.
That's a beautiful pitch.
Inside,
Ooh.
Brown started walking away. He thought he had it. No call in his favor from home plate.
Man, even our audio guy out there thought that he got it.
I was with him. I thought that was worthy of a walk-off. Can he come back right here? Ooh.
2-2. This one will be fouled into the freshly made Tufts tennis courts.
Yeah, the strikeout, not really a big part of Claiborne's game. K rate of 10% last season, combined with even having more walks than strikeouts. So that first one a little bit uncanny.
After not getting the call he wanted, Brown now falls behind. Count full. Payoff pitch, late swing, fouled back. Claiborne lucky to get a piece of that one.
But that's what the great hitters do, right? Work the count, foul off the pitches they really can't play with, and then wait for when you can hit or work it and get on base.
3-2 again, bounced in front of Claiborne. He'll make his way over to first after a well-fought walk.
Yeah, really great at-bat there by Claiborne. It was a pitcher on the corner there for that potential called strike 3, but you're going to make use of that opportunity if you're somebody who gets on base at a 450 clip. Claiborne's going to be on, and this inning's going to last a little bit longer.
Let's see if he looks to run. I mean, 2 outs, maybe not the situation where you send him right away, but guy had 5 triples, 21 stolen bases last year. Definitely got to keep an eye on him.
We saw Pedezla throw off into first base, had a couple of errors actually, as his pickoff moves kind of sailed past his infielders every once in a while. Haven't seen Brown necessarily go, but we also haven't seen him pitch from the stretch that much. So we'll see what the strategy looks like here.
0-1 to Leonzi. That one hit past a diving Flavin into right field. Claiborne will hold up at second. Cooper Smith with a very strong arm out there. Probably smart idea not to try and run against him. The first hit of the day for the Warriors puts a runner in scoring position for the third baseman, Lucas Malave.
So you think maybe the lefty-on-lefty matchup, top 2 guys in the lineup, maybe that works out for the Jumbos, but not in this case. Both guys get on base with 2 outs, and now we're really going to have to put some work together back to a lefty-on-righty matchup. Malave, the transfer, see if he can do some damage.
Check in down at second. Claiborne able to get back in time. He was frozen for a half second, but able to dive back in time.
Jumbos like that pickoff play at second, the daylight play, sometimes people call it, but they almost got a guy first game on that, and I think it's something that they'll look to a couple times if they have it really down on the timing.
Brown with the long pause. First pitch to Malave, off speed and for a strike.
You like that he's getting ahead in the count. I mean, he's attacking the zone off speed, really, on 0-0, which is not always, the default that guys look at. But if he can continue to get ahead, bode well for him in the long run, as a starter, of course.
Another off-speed pitch. This one also bouncing in front of the plate, but dropping more than enough to fool Malave. Has him behind 0-2.
You wonder 2 off speeds to start off. Maybe high heater here on 0-2. Try to get him to chase.
Or go back to the off speed.
Sounds like we're getting a Tony Romo style prediction. High heat? Nope.
You're right.
Almost had it.
That might have been a fastball.
Probably a fastball. Definitely not high.
Yeah. I mean, look,
we can each take half a win.
He's 6'5", right? Lanky guy at pitcher. Pretty big height difference with the guys on the mound. A lot you can do when you have that disparity. It really changes the way that the hitter approaches the zone.
1-2 pitch. This one hit directly towards Fleckner. We'll have to move a little to his left, but bring that one in. A lot of flyouts today. But ECSU still held to 0 as we finish the top of the third. We'll be right back. Take a quick pause here. Bottom of the third, Tufts looking to add on to their 3-0 lead. We'll be at our 3, 4, and 5 spots of the lineup. That's Pena, Smith, and McKiernan due up.
You see here Driscoll out for his 3rd inning of work, giving up 3 runs so far in those first 2 frames. It looks like for his team, they're going to want him to really, just try to get through this. We've seen some good stuff out of him so far. It's just been a couple of mistakes and a couple of, lucky opportunities that Jumbos were able to capitalize on.
0-1 pitch. Driscoll going to that changeup. Finds the zone. Strike 2. Pena, his last time up, had a sac fly. Brought in Henry Fleckner for the first run of the day for Tufts. No men on.
And we talked about Pena a little earlier, but to come in as a freshman and to be starting and getting at bats this early, I think it shows the faith they have in him. A 6'3", over 200 pounds, probably will grow even more. He's a guy who you can project to be a pretty strong hitter right there.
This one out to right center, but chasing right to Claiborne's glove.
I mean, you see right there. I mean, that's a hard, loud out that goes right into Claiborne's glove.
On an inside pitch, too. Like, he was a little bit jammed on that. Still fought it off to the outfield, obviously an out. But there's some skills in all these guys that Tufts have brought in that I think is why they really are still confident in this program, despite the fact that they had so many guys graduate or, go play graduate programs.
To start off his career, Pena has come to the plate 6 times, and all 6 times has got the ball in the air. He's got a fly out, infield fly, so ball still hit high in the air, 2 doubles, and a line drive base hit to go alongside the sac fly he had today. Cooper Smith's the batter, struck out swinging his first time up, ahead 1-0 on Driscoll. 2-0 hit to right field. Claiborne's chasing back towards the wall. That one's going to be off the Goliath. Smith will pull in at second. Strong from Claiborne. Reeled in by Donahue. Keeps Cooper Smith at second base. Runner in scoring position now for Tufts as Owen McKiernan will step into the box.
I just love how the players are using the opposite field today. I think it's just but you get the ball in the air. Right now, it looks like the wind might be kind of blowing a little bit in that direction. It's a little bit hard to tell, but you get the ball in the air. That wall is so big, yeah, it's going to be hard to get it over, but get that outfielder going back. It's a tough play to make with that big wall right behind you, and another man on. So multiple guys, extra base hits using all fields today.
I mean, it's something we see even in professional baseball. I'm a big Yankee fan. That wall out there in right field, only 310 feet compared to left field. That corner over at 330. So even though the wall's a little bit higher, if you're able to play off of it, I'm sure the Jumbos playing a lot of their games here at Gittleman, going to be trained to kind of use that right side.
I would tell you actually, it's probably easier to hit a home run to the right field at Yankee Stadium than it is here.
Yeah, because the wall's all the way up.
Absolutely.
Still playing doubles off
And
of
yet,
it, though. Still,
the Yankees
still good.
are still not very good, but that has nothing to do with this.
Season
actually.
hasn't started yet. We'll get into that later.
The season hasn't started yet, but all the rumors are how Juan Soto is going to leave. But clearly something's not working well in New York.
I mean,
it's that Ortiz jersey buried in the concrete somewhere. Actually, I think they took that out.
2-0 was swung and missed by McKiernan. 2-1 took a big hack at that pitch from Driscoll. Looking to drive in another run. 2-1 zip well outside.
I feel like the one thing that, with all the losses that the Jumbos had last season, the lineup still is very solid. And I feel like that's not something that we're going to have to worry about much if you are a fan of Tufts. They've been able to, recuperate nicely, have a lot of players that get on base, do the little things, and then somebody like Cooper Smith, who's a big power bat. You lose players like Jimmy Evans and Connor Bowman, you still have a really solid 1 through 9 and beyond.
And as I was saying, I think it just speaks very well to the state of the Tufts baseball program. They are bringing in talent. They are keeping talent really as long as they can. They're going to be putting out a competitive team on the field every year. And the same thing could be said for Eastern Connecticut State. I think they have retained an unbelievable roster from last year. Really, outside of Matt Malcolm and maybe a couple other guys who left, they have up and down the lineup guys who hit 350 last year, guys who hit 340 last year, guys that contributed to their conference title in the same way that Tufts has retained some guys that contributed to their NESCAC title.
Mound visit coming in for the Warriors. Taking a quick look out to their bullpen. There is a pitcher who's just starting to get loose now. Still has the sweatshirt on. Still has a little bit more time before he's ready to come in. Driscoll, first pitch to the second baseman, Tyler Wong, good for strike one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Eastern Connecticut State, you're going to want to have Driscoll get at least through 3, 4, 5 innings. You have games on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday before another weekend series.
I mean, look, they had their game that was scheduled for Thursday postponed. They had a week off coming into this game. That's a good thing. That can be a bad thing, depending on, too much rest is a thing, throws a pitcher off his scheduling. But I think they expected to come in today and have Wooten and have Driscoll go deep into both their games. Wooten did a pretty decent job in game one, but still they used, I think, 3 or 4 pitchers. And now if you had to get Driscoll out of there early, as you said, with these games coming up on Monday and Tuesday, not ideal.
Of course, the Warriors do still have that 3-starter in Scudder to fall back to if they need some more innings to be eaten as Tyler Wong goes down swinging.
But looking at the team from last year, I really think it was Wooten and Driscoll, they come up, those 2 games, you are relying on them. They're just workhorses. And, of course, very early in the season, but kind of can throw you off your rhythm when you don't get exactly what you expect from the makeup of your rotation.
First baseman Connor Flavin up to bat, had a single just an inning ago, came around to score.
Yeah, taking a look at the Warriors' upcoming schedule, they, I believe, are on their spring break, and they're making a trip down to North Carolina, play Guilford College, and then participating in the BSN Sports Invitational over in Marietta, Ohio. A lot of interesting non-conference games there before they'll head back to Connecticut.
0-1 swing from Flavin comes up empty. He's behind 0-2. Solid back-to-back at-bats for Driscoll. After having 2 men on, gets a strikeout for Wong and is staring down another one against Flavin. He'll get it on a called strike 3. Flavin punched out looking. 2 men stranded on the bags for Tufts, not able to add on to their 3-0 run as Dan Driscoll dials it back in.
And I think Driscoll really settled down those last 2 at-bats. Pair of shoes on the last one, just worked ahead, his stuff looked really good. Fastball looked lively, got ahead early in the count, then worked him inside and froze him on strike 3. I think that really is what you expect from him. And, again, as we were saying, not worried that this guy has lost any of his stuff. You saw it right there. 2 men on, didn't look phased at all, had the mound visit, came in, shoved.
Yeah, you could tell he was energetic, fired up after that last strikeout. And I think maybe some, just relief that he's able to finally get together a clean set of at-bats. I think the mound visit probably settled him down a bit. We're expecting to see much more out of Dan Driscoll for the rest of this season for the Warriors, and probably out at least for another inning.
Yeah, and look, Eastern Connecticut only has 1 hit so far. So, it's always a back and forth when you're a pitcher and you go to the dugout. And, you can get energy off what your offense does. And when your offense isn't doing much, it can go both ways. Sometimes pitchers pitch best when their offense isn't performing because they know they need to, if they let any runs in, then the game will get away. But, in a case like this, when you're kind of getting unlucky on a couple balls going the other way, I don't think it's too much to worry about. As I said, I think the end of that inning was very encouraging. And now we'll see if Brown can keep up what has been really a pretty fantastic start.
Brown will have to face the 4, 5, and 6 hitters at minimum for the Warriors. That's Parent, Balmer, and Co-Francesco coming in. Parent will lead things off in the top of the 4th. Struck out looking his last time up against Brown. First pitch, taken strike 1.
Another instance of Brown getting ahead in a count here again in the 4th inning.
0-1 just outside. Count will even up. One. This one hit off the edge of the bat. Fleischer darting over to third. Has to dive to bring in that one. It's a solid grab, but almost questioning why Fleischer has to be the one to grab it.
Well, yeah, you know the rule. Shortstop gets the call, although Patrick Solomon literally was standing right where that ball ended up dropping. But, hey, Ozzie Fleischer, that's your NESCAC Defensive Player of the Year, somebody who is able to cover a lot of ground, and you saw it right there on that diving play.
Yeah, it adds maybe a little highlight to his highlight reel. I don't know, maybe a ball might have been shifting in the air a little bit. I wasn't sure if they kind of misjudged it, but it ends up in his hands.
That one grounded over to Solomon. Strong throw to Flavin in time for the 5-3 putout.
Solomon says, I got you this time to Fleischer, and wasn't going to get over to third that time around.
The left side of the infield for Tufts defensively has been very impressive for the 3 years that these gentlemen have worked together.
And I think just the fact that they can roll out every game with these same 2 guys, Solomon, Fleischer, on the left side of the infield, it does so much, I think, for the team. You obviously gain chemistry, maybe not so much as a up-the-middle combination, but it's just such a positive to have consistency.
0-1 hit going into left center field off the bat from Co-Francesco. Fleckner there to reel that one in. Added on to the board. Another fly out to center field. 0 spot put up by the Warriors. Tufts 3-0 lead holds true. Bottom of the 4th coming up just after this. Jumbo's breathing life into this game with the last up. First pitch dealt to him by Driscoll is a strike. That is now 8 strikes in a row thrown by Driscoll.
And the announcer's jinx is back because he immediately throws a ball as soon as Jordan says that.
Well, at least I didn't talk about the strikeout streak because that could still happen.
You just did.
We can only wait and see. Stay tuned on JumboCast to find out.
We have to make baseball more entertaining. But the sport as a whole kind of dying down a bit. I don't understand why. I personally think it's a
false narrative.
It's an absolute hoot.
I mean, Tufts crowd coming out today. Cold weather, windy. Still got a good amount of fans here to see the game.
Tufts being the defending NESCAC champions does bode pretty well. But see, announcer's jinx, not a thing.
Yeah, there we go.
Proven right there. As
There we
Driscoll
go.
will get Solomon swinging.
In a way, it was Jared with the announcer's jinx. Jinxing the
Jinxing the jinx?
You're welcome.
Do jinxes work like that? Can you have a double negative on a jinx?
Either
Someone
way.
quickly run down to the philosophy department. We have a very important question. They're right there, right across the way. Connor Brawla will step in now to face Dan Driscoll.
And Driscoll he looks so much more confident right now. He's getting up there. He's fired in fast. I don't want to jinx him on that, but, I mean, look how quickly he's working.
0-1. This one hit hard to left center field. Giving chase. Both outfielders, they'll have to watch as that one goes over. Connor Brawla, home run.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
We got to get Jared off the broadcast, man. Brawla, really incredible stuff. That's the first extra base hit he's had in a multiple years. Did not record an extra base hit last season in limited playing time. And, hey, if we can get that kind of production out of the catcher position this time around, I mean, 2024 is going to be an explosive offensive year for this Tufts lineup.
Yeah, right as I said, of course, that Driscoll was rolling, gives up a solo home run. But that was a shot. I mean, as we said, I think the wind is blowing a little bit more in that direction, but cut that right left center field. And, you know, there's a narrative that catcher is a defense-only position, but it's not true. There are catchers out there who can hit, and Brawla right there pounds one out to their first you say his first home run ever?
Got to check on that.
Fleckner hitting that one sky high out of play.
Did not have one last season.
That was sick. So I know most of you guys can't see this. Anyone at the stadium who happens to be tuned in, I'm sure you saw what I just saw too, because who doesn't love watching a foul ball and see where it lands? That one hit dirt, didn't bounce, just divot, landed.
1 in a million. But I think I was right. That was Brawla's first career home run, so that's why you saw the team get so hyped up. Again, the guy hasn't gotten too many plate appearances before this year, but, you know, you don't hit a home run by luck. I'll tell you that.
2-1 dish to Fleckner.
Yeah, it's
low
Brawla.
and inside, ball 3.
Brawla in his senior season here. We've seen a lot of really talented catchers come through here with Connor Bowman. Then Malcolm Whitfield as well, jumping into that leadoff spot. But Brawla's going to get a good amount of run. And if he can keep having plate appearances like that, I think we're going to see a lot of him, especially in these doubleheader days.
No, Andrew, before this game, you and I were theorizing, now that Ben Leonard has that catcher's position listed on Tufts' roster, does that mean that that Tufts as a whole was just so impressed with his bat that they're trying to find any way to keep him in when you hit these doubleheader situations? But if Connor Brawla can swing the bat like he did that last time up, you might give Leonard a run for his money for the Game 2 catcher position. Fleckner on first, second walk of the day for him. Stole a base his last time there. Hit and run called for. Fleckner might have to chase back to first as that will go into the glove of the right fielder Claiborne. Throw in, not in time to grab Fleckner. Fleischer on the fly out.
Yeah, that's not a swing that we've seen a lot out of Ozzie Fleischer in his career. He's hit a lot of balls on the ground, working singles up the middle. That's kind of been his game. 2 pop-ups and a strikeout, a little bit different than what we've traditionally seen.
Designated hitter Pena up to bat now. Swing and a miss. Last time up, just an inning ago, flew out to Claiborne. Has that sac fly though, so has had a offensive production so far in game number 1. Or game number 2. This is not game 1.
Correct.
Driscoll checking in on Fleckner. Saw him start to run. Maybe it wasn't a called for hit and run if he's checking in on Fleckner. Maybe Fleckner intended to just steal the base.
I mean, it doesn't look like Fleckner is I'll jinx it again, he'll probably run right now, but it doesn't look like he's totally intent on taking off. Isn't taking too big of a lead. I mean, clearly, Driscoll's staring him down.
Does have a nice powder blue oven mitt on, though.
Oh, and there he goes.
Fleckner taking off. Throw in from Bradbury. This one a lot more on target. Swim move not able to come in for Fleckner. He's tagged out by Donahue.
So I'm wrong on everything is the takeaway right there. But really, both times Fleckner has attempted to take second today, he's been beat by the throw. I think, he is one of the faster players. He's a guy who's had a lot of success on the bases. But first time he got through on a swim move when the ball beat him. This time, ball beat him, couldn't get around, and, dead to rights with 2 outs. Don't love to end an inning on a stolen base attempt.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show the great arm of Matthew Bradbury down there behind the dish. As we mentioned, catcher position, something that Eastern Connecticut State's going to have to, figure out over this year after losing one of the best hitters in the entirety of Division III. But we've seen Bradbury's pop time looking pretty good. Even Penders in that first game able to get the ball over to second base. So, the defense is really there. And, I agree with you, Jared. My coach always used to say, you don't want to have your first or third outs be on the base paths. You're going to be aggressive, kind of leave it towards the middle of the inning and kind of lose that kind of lost that momentum there.
Andrew, you bring up the defensive changes for the catcher position for the ECSU Warriors. Last season, only caught, I believe the number I have written down is 39. Where is it? Yep, 39 times that they caught runners stealing. That will be number 8 on the season for them. Not even, if you try to scale up that number 8 to roughly 40, we're not even close to a fifth of the way through the season. So people continue to run on the Warriors. That number should well and away beat what was put up in 2023. Leadoff man is Donahue. Ended the last one with the tagging of Fleckner. First pitch from Brown, who's up to his 5th inning of work. Was good for a strike. That one too far inside.
Jumbos also have a relatively busy schedule ahead of them. They play 2 weekday games here, both in Medford, before heading off to a spring break trip in Claremont, California.
That one grounded will get past a diving Wong. Zach Donahue in at first. Leadoff single for him.
Yeah, good piece of hitting by Donahue. One of those 2 pieces that were a consistent part of that lineup that won the 2022 College World Series. So getting on base, start off this inning, going to be very important. But as we said, with Brown out here for his 5th inning of work, we saw Pedezwa get pulled around this point, but he was giving up a little bit more on the offensive end. So if Brown can keep things going, keep that bullpen fresh, it'd be a really big thing for the Jumbos.
It is around this inning in both of the games that Tufts has played this season where the starting pitcher has started to give out, and opposing lineups have been able to throw on even more runs.
And I was just taking a look. I want to see, where Gavin Brown is at. He's sitting at around 60 pitches right now, which I think is pretty healthy, through 4. But, that 5th inning, if you can grind through that 5th inning and sit around maybe 75 pitches is a good place to be.
Yeah, we're also so early in the season. Professionals are still in their spring training periods.
Yep.
Obviously, we have to start the season early, make sure we finish on time at the end of the semester. But, getting that pitch count up to start is going to be pretty important.
2-0, too high, ball 3. Coach Vagdis must be aware of the same facts that we are, as there are some arms starting to move in the Jumbo bullpen.
I think
so
you want to
there might be a hard leash on Brown if he manages to get through 5.
Yeah, I think you want to give him a shot definitely to finish the inning. Gets one right down the middle. Definitely want him to finish the inning and then maybe reassess afterwards, see who's warm in the pen. But, no outs right now. Guy on. You got 3 balls, but if you can, get an out right here and prevent it from being 2 on, no out, that's a big difference in terms of how you look forward in the game.
3-1, this pitch hit high, looking like it might still be in play. No, that one will fall into the Warriors bullpen. Count now going to run full on the Warrior catcher. Bradbury, of course, is the 8 hitter, so you do have Zader behind, and then 2 very dangerous hitters, Claiborne and Leonzi, following in suit. Leonzi does have that base hit on the day already. The only other Warrior hit, Claiborne has reached on a walk. As that one will go over the head of Flavin. Donahue will advance to second. Looks to make a turn as a bounce in favor of ECSU. Had that ball about halfway down the right field line.
And that's the second time today, and by today I mean the first game and now the second game, that the Jumbos have made a throwing error on an attempted pickoff at first base. The third time they've done that?
Yeah, they did it twice. I think Connor Pedezwa had 2 E1s credited to him and another one here, unfortunately, for the Jumbos.
That's a thing that, it's just sloppy. You can't consistently make throwing errors on pickoff attempts the first, because it's just not something that you can just not make the pickoff attempt. You know what I mean?
I mean, it ends up not mattering too much, as was a walk that was going to be forced out there. But with Bradbury on, runners on first and second, it looks like Coach Wagner's going to go out and have a conversation.
That potentially could be the end for Brown. Relief pitcher. Can't quite see who it is just yet, but did look like he was turning to his left to go speak to a coach in the bullpen with him. So might be called in sooner rather than later. Can say this much. Whoever the pitcher working, there might be 2 pitchers working actually. One of them is definitely a right-handed pitcher, which presents a very interesting situation, as you do have the lefties Claiborne and Leonzi staring down potential at-bats in this inning, barring any double or triple play shenanigans. The 9-hitter Zader will come up. Last time up, only at bat, flew out to McKiernan in left field. First pitch from Brown, well outside.
You see the control being something that Brown's going to have to get under wraps here a little bit in this 5th inning. He had a walk, he had that overthrow to first base, and now starting off this at-bat with just a free ball issued to Zader.
1-0 down through the legs of Brawla. Might have a play to be made. Not going to throw that one anywhere. Runners will advance. Brawla kept it in front of him, but could not keep it within a grabbable distance.
Do you look to just put the man on right here? Open base at first?
Load the bases for Claiborne? I'm not too sure. Definitely arguments to be made in either direction, but I think Gavin Brown's able to find the form that he had through the first 4 innings. You can trust him to get a strikeout here. And then sack fly becomes an option. Definitely some long-term chess moves to be made.
Yeah, for sure.
2-1, this one's hit high. Flavin looking for it as if it's still in play. Reaching out, back to his right. He'll grab that one in foul territory. Much needed out for Tufts, and Flavin able to track it down.
Yeah, that's a dream scenario there for Brown. Weak contact, the runners don't end up advancing at all. And with that, again, there's that interesting situation that you brought up earlier, Jordan. You have Claiborne immediately followed by Leonzi, and those are 2 hard outs, as we've seen so far in this game for a pitcher like Brown, despite the lefty-lefty matchup.
Jason Claiborne is the batter now. Of course, we've mentioned a lot of numbers when it comes to this guy. We've talked about his career .350 batting average. We talked about a .400 on-base percentage. But let's amp it up a little bit and talk about his .500 batting average in the LEC playoffs, awarding him that LEC tournament MVP.
Yeah, throughout his career, he has been just nails in the playoffs, both in the LEC tournament, the NCAA tournament. He's a guy that, when the lights are bright, he shows up. How about we talk about the hoodie under the jersey? What do we think about that?
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
It is cold.
Early in
Cold,
March,
windy.
still in Massachusetts. We're lucky to be here in the press box, where we don't have to worry about that. I still got a hoodie on.
Press box does have heat, though. So this plan that Tufts has had for a while to put in a very high-end press box,
it's worth it.
100% worth it.
All those days, all those hours out there near the visitors' dugout. It's all worth it. Sitting here today in this newly christened press box. It's going to be officially dedicated a little bit later on this month. Doubleheader against Trinity happening in late April.
Yeah, and if you're watching online, take a minute just to appreciate the beauty of this new field. Colors pop, got the logo in center field, obviously the wall and right. It's just a beautiful sight. It's baseball season.
1-2 to Claiborne high for a ball. Count now even at 2s.
Yeah, you don't want to give him anything too easy to hit here. You would be okay with even loading up those bases, getting that force-out opportunity, although it is a very strong hitter in Leonzi up next.
I think you are careful with what you're not trying to – it's 3-2. You don't want to just send one right down the middle of the plate. I think you're pitching around as much as you can, of course. There's protection in the lineup, as you said, with Leonzi, but you can't be sloppy and put one right down the middle and give up, 2 runs, because then you're in an even worse situation.
Full count, payoff pitch. Ooh, fouled back.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to expect Claiborne to be aggressive. This guy has been the definition of clutch, as we've said time and time again. Having that College World Series champ experience definitely has helped him in the playoffs, especially going back to last year. And you're going to expect him to be swinging here on 3-2.
But as we said, I mean, he'll make contact. He'll foul it off. He's not going to strike out a whole lot. He's a very, very smart hitter.
Swing and a miss. Brown.
2 runners in scoring position. He's had, very hard hit line out and a base hit in his 2 at-bats so far.
Not to mention the 2 home runs that he hit earlier in the day. Might be a little bit more difficult as the wind direction has changed and is now just heading straight backwards.
If I'm Brown here, I'm attacking that outside part of the plate. Leonzi has pulled every single ball that he's hit. If you work him outside, he's not able to get as much power. He's going to try to force it the opposite way. That's maybe where you're going to have a little bit more success.
Yeah, I mean, he cranked 2 pitches pull side in the first game. I mean, through the wind, over almost the high side of the wall. I mean, it might have been right next to that, 356 sign in right field, but he has some power, and he has some power to the pull side. So I'm with you. I think you pitch him away, and I think now, look, this lineup is stacked all the way down, but you've gotten past the very top. You're at Leonzi. You put him on first, bases loaded with 2 outs. You're not mad about that.
1-1, swing and a miss, going to that outside part of the plate, as you guys are talking about.
And you can see he's still trying to get ahead of it, still trying to kind of get to the position where his power is. If you see a ball on that outside, you got to kind of let the ball travel a little bit before sending it to the other side of the field. A single will do. A single will score 2 runs right here.
1-2, that ball low. Bralla falling into a split to keep that ball in front of him. That was, I don't even know what the word I'm trying to look for there.
Acrobatic?
Acrobatic could be a good one. I was thinking more along the lines of, how did he do that? I can't do that.
You can say that about a lot of things.
Fair enough.
Involving acrobatics.
2-2 from Brown, low and outside. Count will run full.
But this is clearly an effort by Brown. He has the strikeout stuff, but he's not going to put it in a place where he can make a mistake and give up an unnecessary extra base hit or get those runs in with 2 outs. Pitch him away, try to get him to chase, and then work with it as you can.
(3-2), that one just high. Yet again, Brown walks off the mound thinking he will get strike 3 called, but that one just higher than the letters will load the bases for Lucas Malave.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where he missed right there. I guess high is the answer.
That's a gutsy decision to go right back inside after peppering that outside corner for the entire at-bat. Yeah, I mean, that was a beautifully placed pitch. I'm surprised that Leonzi didn't even take a hack at that one on 3-2.
And that's twice now. Brown has laid one in there, thought it was a strike 3, could walk off the field, and both times umpire has stood completely still. And really unfortunate for Brown, who has been so impressive today, really came out and proved that he is one of the guys that this team can count on in the rotation. To have to exit just before the end of 5 innings with the bases loaded, you never like to leave, as a pitcher, your fate in someone else's hands, no matter how much you trust them. And so to have to go to the dugout and watch someone else kind of finish the situation that you started, not the best feeling, but just he'd been so strong today that you can't help but feel just really enthusiastic about the role he can play on this staff going forward.
Brown offered Leonzi the same pitch he got Claiborne to swing at. Leonzi takes called ball 4. Bases now loaded. Pitch change coming in. This will be Jacob Lapp warming up for Tufts right now, facing Lucas Malave with 3 on and a 4-run lead to protect him. Batter at the plate does represent a game-tying run should the ball carry all the way out.
And this is going to be Lapp's first appearance in his collegiate career. He's a junior here at Tufts from Andover, Massachusetts. Went to Phillips Academy Andover, which, is pretty nearby here, one of those New England private schools. So pretty solid baseball program, has been a part of Tufts for the last couple of years, and finally going to get an opportunity. This bullpen is definitely where we have the biggest questions for this team, especially after seeing Brown put up a very solid performance here as a part of the starting rotation. The bullpen lost a lot of pieces. You have Brendan McFall most notably taking a step aside to head over across town to Northeastern. So finding places and finding angles for these different bullpen pieces is going to be one of the biggest questions that Tufts is going to have to answer in this season.
And Brown, of course, being a guy, Gavin Brown, who came out of the bullpen quite often before, now we see him pretty firmly set as a starter. So just interesting to see, really, what Lapp can do. And, of course, a big situation to come into, bases loaded, 2 outs in a 4-0 game. A lot that could go right, a lot that could go wrong. No better way to see to test someone's mettle than to throw them right into the fire.
Yeah, so far on the season, this Tufts bullpen has been lights out. You look to their first game that they had against the Brandeis Judges. 5 different relief pitchers came in. No runs came through. Only 1 hit put up against those 5 relievers. And then you look to last game. Cole Donato making his collegiate debut. 4 no-hit innings, I believe, was the stat line for him. Maybe gave up 1 hit. Definitely had 1 walk in there. But, he was just dominant. So, again, 5th inning comes around. 3rd time through the batting order. In a sticky situation, the starting pitcher. This time, Coach Svagdis choosing to go to the bullpen earlier rather than later. Try to go to somebody who can get that one out. Fresh arm, limit the damage before things get out of hand.
I'm anxious to see what Lapp looks like here. He's a 6-foot righty, so going to have pretty average makeup against one of the best hitters here for the Warriors.
1-0 in there for strike 1.
Malave hasn't had a ton of success so far. Of course, had a hit earlier today in the first game, but really was a great piece on Catholic University last season with a 905 OPS with 35 RBIs.
And I think they brought him into this program expecting him to contribute right away, put him right in the middle of the lineup.
That one bouncing away from Brala. Lapp, good job to run in, try and cover home plate. Donahue over at third, not able to move in. He's been on the bases for a hot minute. Hasn't gotten to move a whole lot since he advanced on the throwing error. Legs maybe a little bit cold out there. Not feeling comfortable running all the way in. Two one, too low.
Yeah, going on a pitch like that, with 2 outs, you're going to probably just stay put unless it's all the way into the backstop. Don't want to give away any free outs like we saw in that last inning.
No other arms stirring in the bullpen. Tufts will look to Lapp to end this one. Time asked for. Time granted.
This is the most tense moment of this game so far by a lot. Again, it is 4-0, but with the bases loaded, new pitcher in the game, you can just feel it. The crowd's on the edge of their seats and, could go a long way to deciding the outcome of this game.
In the on-deck circle, you have the man who led, or co-led, the Warriors last season in terms of RBIs. Ryan Parent put up 40 last season. You walk a run in here, 3-run game, the tying runs on the bags, with pretty devastating power hitter coming up. That'll do it, ball 4. First run of game 2 walked in for ECSU.
And that run going to get credited to Brown. A little unfortunate for him after having a very solid start, but we'll see if Lapp can clean this one up, make sure he gets out with minimal damage. It's still a 3-run game in favor of the Jumbos right now, and here comes a formidable opponent once again in Parent.
Parent 0 for 2 on the day, struck out looking his first at-bat against Brown, and then was the victim of Ozzie Fleischer's 85-foot dive in the infield.
That pitch, good movement on it, just sneaked inside, maybe a little bit low. Again, as you said, Parent, guy who can do some damage, so it's just a tough situation to be in with the bases loaded. You can't just serve one up, but you can't really pitch around either, right, because you don't want to walk in another run. That's a good pitch.
1-0 is in for a strike. You look towards the outfield, seems like everyone's playing a little bit deeper. Maybe a no doubles defense happening right now.
Someone's parent has a lot of power, and of course, don't want the ball to get over your head with the bases loaded.
One from Lap.
Big hack. I'll tell you that. Big hack, but fouled it off.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to he's finding his spots right now, picking good locations again, kind of going towards that outside part of the plate for against the lefty, and we'll see what he does here on 1-2.
Yeah, I had to pause for a moment because from my angle, it looked like it hit the top of the bat.
Yeah.
Not just like the front, but all the way at the top, like literally the top of the bat. 1-2, that one hit hard towards Flavin. He'll pick it up himself, step on the bag. 1 run will come home for the Warriors, but the damage will stop at that. Lap able to keep things calm and collected in a very dangerous situation. Tufts lead cut down to 3, but still in a pretty controllable spot as they will come up to bat in the bottom of the 5th. Jared, we had been talking about, bases loaded, game-tying run at the plate, potential shot for 4 runs. Why don't you walk our viewers at home through what happened the last time that a similar position came up and you and I were on the mic together?
Yeah, me and Jordan have not shared
Jumbos
a broadcast
breathing
for
life
baseball
into this
in
game.
over almost 2 years now. The last
It's the
time
last
that happened,
ups.
Patrick Solomon came up
And Solomon
with the bases
hits the ball
loaded. 2
well.
outs
That ball
in a
is high.
1-2
It is
count.
going back. It is going all the
it was
way
9-6
back.
score.
And it is over for a walk-off grand slam. Patrick Solomon off of Cabot Bar all the way to
Colby
left
versus Tufts,
field.
bottom
He's
of the
rounding
ninth.
the
Tufts looked
bases.
like
His teammates
he really
are
had
there.
no chance
That
in the
is
game all
going
throughout
to
that
be
entire
the
time.
game.
Colby
Patrick
took their
Solomon.
DH,
You
Cabot Bar threw him on the
kidding
mound.
me?
They were
The
heated.
dream
Solomon-
scenario down.
Solomon sent it 350-plus feet over the left field wall. Walked that one off for Tufts. That was, I believe, both of our first games commentating baseball, and it was one heck of an experience for us.
I mean, they call it the ultimate slam. It was 2 outs, 2 strikes, down 3, bases loaded. They had been down 8-2 in that game, I believe. Came back. That was our first game calling baseball. We haven't called one together since. Walk-off grand slam. Pretty unforgettable. Patrick Solomon still on the team to this day. We've had a couple bases loaded situations. You never know what's going to happen. But that one we won't forget anytime soon. A little bit of JumboCast Tufts baseball history had to bring back, for today.
Funnily enough, Patrick Solomon did not hit another home run until about a year later. Guess who was calling the game again? It was our one and only Jordan Burke. So
I think he just calls a lot of
Good luck
baseball
charm for
games,
Pat.
but yeah.
I definitely call a lot of baseball games, but I do think it's kind of cool that Patrick Solomon has only hit home runs when I'm there to call them.
Maybe we'll get one today. We'll see. One can only hope.
not with you jinxing it like that.
Yeah, now it's not going to
Yeah,
happen.
that might be right.
Designated hitter Malachi Pena called out on strikes. Thought that one was inside. No-go, says home plate official.
Yeah, that was a crazy pitch there. Breaking ball, just clipping the inside corner. Was pretty surprised to see that one fall through for a strike 3, and that's a quick first at bat.
Driscoll still on the mound for the Warriors. That was a pretty nifty scoop there from Bradbury. See the way his hand just kind of like flicked and picked that ball up? 1-0 to the jumbo right fielder Cooper Smith. Low and away, ball 2.
Yeah, and Driscoll really getting into a rhythm here as he, finally has been able to put up some pretty solid innings, of course, other than that home run by Brawla.
Smith hitting that one out towards right field. Giving chase is Claiborne. He'll grab it right in front of the warning track for out number 2. Right fielder hits the ball out to right field. Other right fielder brings it in to retire said right fielder. I'd consider 3 times a pretty solid amount of times to work the word right field into a sentence.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the sentence you can say Buffalo 7 times in a row, and it makes a grammatically correct sentence.
I thought you were going to go with the classic, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
What are we talking about?
It's baseball. We can kind of talk about whatever we want to talk about. Talk about the gray skies, the beautiful new lights installed at Gittleman Park.
And I'm excited.
Talk about the Tufts women's lacrosse team and their 20-3 routing of Trinity College. Oh, 20-6 I am being called in to amend said statement. Well, speaking of 6, it's number 8 up at bat for Tufts. For those of you at home who are unfamiliar with me, have not met me in real life, I do that a lot where I'll find something completely unrelated to try and what I'm trying to say and get back on track.
You got us there.
6-8, both even numbers. Oh, McKiernan will go down swinging. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Driscoll and the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, they give us some space to talk about kind of whatever because Driscoll's been on a roll here after these last couple of innings. Gave up that 1 homer to Brawla, but other than that has been smooth sailing. And that's a good thing to see. If you are a fan of Eastern Connecticut State, we'll hopefully be able to see more of that as we go throughout. And of course, this is your All-American pitcher. Sometimes, it's better to get some of these rough outings out of the way early. As we get to conference play, as we get towards those important spring break games here for the Warriors. Outings by Driscoll are going to be even more important.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I mean, his stuff has really been playing up the last couple innings. I think he's the pitcher that we're looking at coming into the game. He's getting ahead in the count. I think it's a bit of a truism to say that getting ahead in the count is always good because it is. But when he pounds strike zone early, his stuff is just so nice that it seems a lot easier to get those guys down on strikes. The last couple guys pretty much helpless against some overpowering stuff from Driscoll. So, we talked about it a bunch. 4 runs, but, that's not the full story. He's looked really good. And you know what? He was still in the game. He finished 5, and Brown only got through 4 2/3. So, we'll see what the future of the pitching matchup looks like going through the rest of the game. But definitely a lot of encouraging signs for Driscoll as the season really starts getting underway. It's cold. Not everything is the way it will be, and he's still a dominant pitcher.
Yeah, no one's up in the bullpen for ECSU, so Driscoll might be out there for the 6th. Look at the last 9 batters that he's faced. 5 strikeouts, 2 flyouts. Had that walk given up to Fleckner that he got thrown out on. So that's 8 of the 9 batters that he had gotten out before anything bad could happen. And then, of course, the Brawla home run. So 8 for 9, still a pretty good number to be throwing up there, especially as you get to those middle innings of the game. Yeah,
he's at 79 pitches now through 5. So, they do send him back out there. He'll start maybe pushing up toward 100. But 7 strikeouts through 5 innings, a lot to like.
Designated hitter Balmer up against Lapp ahead 2-0. Make 2-1. Lapp able to find the outside edge for a strike.
Yeah, glad to see Lapp get another opportunity. Fresh inning of work. Getting stuck in there immediately with the bases loaded is a tough spot. He was able to get out of it. Now we get to see what he looks like from the start of a frame.
Yeah, always like to see what a pitcher looks like with the bases empty. Work out of a windup if they have one. Just less pressure on them. Just let their stuff play. And see how it goes because you can't judge a pitcher based off putting him in the game with, 2 outs, bases loaded. It's not the same thing.
2-2 from Lapp. This one hit hard to left center field. McKiernan trying to get over in time. He will. Long F7. Good chase from Jumbo's left fielder for out number 1.
And everything just continues to be in the air so far. Gavin Brown induced 9 flyouts, I believe, only 1 ground out. That's now 2 flyouts for Lapp, only 1 ground out. You look on the other end, Driscoll's through 5, 1 ground out, 6 flyouts. So everything is in the air right now.
It's a good day to be an outfielder. Or an infielder if you...
Depending how you look on it. So, yeah, it really depends.
Maybe if you're someone like Ozzie Fleischer who's had a lot of experience in terms of playing the infield, you're okay having a little bit of a rest day. But someone like Tyler Wong, who's getting his first start at second, maybe he'd like to have a couple more opportunities. Of course, as I say his name, that one grounded right to him. Throw over to Flavin in time for out number 2.
Yeah, nice play by Wong. We mentioned he's somebody who can play basically all the positions here in the infield. Clean that one up nicely. Pretty routine play, but good to get things started here. I think that was the first ball that actually was sent his direction today.
Yeah, we saw McCullough at second base in the first game. Saw an error. Unfortunately, run right through the wickets in game 1, and now Wong, pretty solid so far.
Donahue tries to lay down a bunt, steal away a single. Brawla might have had an opportunity to try and grab that one out of the air, but seemingly did not see where the ball was going off the bat.
Yeah, haven't seen too much offensively from Donahue so far. The very early beginning of this season, he was an all-LEC second team. Of course, spent a couple of years at UConn, actually, although never on the active roster. So definitely a very solid player.
Last time up did have a base hit, later came around to score, but so far Lapp has had his number. At 0-2.
Yeah, this is one of the first times we've seen Lap actually get it like this far ahead in a count in 0-2. I wonder what he does here. What his off speed looks like. How he wants to, put away this batter here.
Brawl setting up high. This one popped up, still in the infield. Fleischer calling for this one. Settling in, over to his left, has it. And Fleckner, who is giving chase behind him, will just have to run straight into the dugout. 1-2-3, inning 4 Lap takes us to the mid-6th. Well, middle of the 6th. If you were around for game number 1, you did see this before, but with a new set of color commentators, we're going to do it again. It's mascot mayhem over here at JumboCast in the middle of the 6th inning. Sometimes the 5th. If you're watching a softball game, we'll do it then. Play-by-play guy always turns to his color commentators and asks the question, if the two mascots had to go into a battle to the death, who's coming out on top? But because today we have a tri-cast, 2 different guys, I'm not going to ask the question which typically goes, how many of mascot X does it take to beat Jumbo? I'm going to have you guys go up against each other. Andrew, I want you on the side of the Warriors. Jared, you're on side Jumbo.
Tough luck, buddy.
What?
Let's hear it out. How are you guys thinking that this one plays out? Argue for your guy.
I think we got to look at the weight comparison here. It looks like 13,588 pounds to 195 pounds. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for your guy.
You see the hometown, though. Roman Warrior. This guy, big training. He spent a lot of time. He's agile. He's quick. I feel like in a gladiatorial setting almost, you'd be able to maybe see a situation where, the finest of warriors could face off against a Jumbo or an Elephant. But I'm going to be with Jared here. We're going to require a full platoon of soldiers to potentially get there.
I do have to give Andrew a very good nod of approval there for mentioning the Roman warrior part of things. Fun fact for everybody, the distance measurement of a mile, that number, how many feet, 5,280, I know it's a little weird, was derived from how many feet it took the Roman legion way back in the day to move a certain amount of distance, and they called that a mile. Jumbo doesn't have a unit of measurement named after him, so just saying, if you're going for that infamy battle, Roman warrior might take the win.
It's an elephant versus one person. Like, I feel like it's not that difficult to understand.
Yeah, the 1v1 it doesn't work.
2-2 to Tyler Wong. He'll come up empty on the swing, his second strikeout of the day. Driscoll, back-to-back strikeouts for him, going back to the previous inning, has now retired 9 of his last 10.
You see, the situation that I could see, it's like, how like a swarm of bees
No,
is much stronger than just
I would say,
one
that
bee.
being said, if we were doing the how many would it take, I think the number is lower than it usually would be. Because I think, you got a good organized group of Romans, they're going to take down the elephant. But
Yeah.
one-on-one, it's going to be a tough battle.
I was talking to our guy Lance, who's working the scoreboard during the first game. We came to around 8, somewhere between 8 and 12
Yeah, I agree with that.
warriors to take down.
You get a
one
couple on each leg, and then what are you going to do?
Whoa, so you're telling me that we are saying it takes less bantams to take down an elephant than it does warriors? You have to go back to the last time that
I wasn't a part of that
Scott Black
conversation.
called that one.
What's
but
a
he said
bantam?
The Trini bantams.
I know, what is
the,
it?
The chicken?
Oh.
It's a rooster.
Yeah,
he said 6.
They're getting stomped on.
Scott Blatt, I'm sorry, but that is just incorrect.
All right, but we digress.
Flavin swing and a miss. Driscoll, 3 strikeouts in a row. He looks locked in. The Warriors do have a man in the bullpen warming up, but he's seemingly moving just a bit slower as Driscoll is dishing.
He's cooking. Yeah, Driscoll's cooking right now. He looks so confident on the mound. I mean, look at the look in his eyes, and he's just firing. I mean, starting off 1-0 there, but generally has been attacking the zone and, not even inducing really any contact.
Yeah.
Jumbo hitters just can't catch up right now.
Did say that pitch count getting closer to 90. Second start of the season, you don't want to be overworking your arms this early on. So I would expect him to try to get past this inning, and then if he works into any trouble, that's probably when the coach makes the call.
2-0 to Patrick Solomon, high and away, ball 3.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to push 100. I think that's, especially in a game where you're losing, you do want to save the bullpen, of course, but, put a man on right there, and we're getting close to where it's just diminishing returns on leaving out your top guy.
It's interesting. Here comes Brawla. Had that home run last time up. Gets another opportunity. Maybe get some more runs on the board. It's the last person that actually has had some success against Driscoll. Maybe this time he's looking for some revenge to end the frame.
4-pitch walk issued to Solomon. Connor Brawla now back up, had the home run his last time up facing Driscoll. He'll swing at the first one he sees. Second baseman Zader grabs that one, steps on the bag, and immediately Driscoll is out of trouble. He's put together 6 pretty solid innings, especially if you look towards those last 3. He's been pretty damn dominant. We'll head into the top of the 7th now. Jumbo's looking like Lapp will still be the pitcher for them. He'll have to face 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Warriors. That'll be Bradbury, Zader, and Claiborne. We'll see if they're managing to tack on any more runs cut into the Jumbo lead as we enter the last third of the game. We'll be right back. Top of the 7th here at Sol Gittleman Park. Couple of changes will be coming in. Connor Brawla's day is over behind the plate. Malcolm Whitfield, we saw him in game number 1, will be taking over there. Bradbury also, his day will end right now. Pinch hitter coming in, number 7, Ian Moser.
Moser's a freshman, 6'2" from Bellingham. He's he's another catcher, so has this really his first appearance as a member of the roster of Eastern Connecticut State. So first look at a guy who could be a part of this team going forward in a variety of positions. Obviously, right now pinch hitting.
One swung on, fouled back into the parking lot. There comes the crash sound.
Yeah, Moser kind of filling in the role that Bradbury himself had last season as that third catcher off the bench. Still a very important role, obviously, as you're going to always want to have somebody able to back up, even in these doubleheader situations.
One, two, low and away, ball 2. Lapp beginning his second inning of work. Or I guess technically he's already in his second inning of work because he had that one batter faced in the 5th. But second inning where he doesn't have to try and deal with a runner 90 feet away from home plate. Count now full to Moser. First collegiate bat, potentially getting a walk. Call that a win. Of course, as I say that,
even
he gets
better.
a base hit.
Even better. That's a beautiful swing. Taking what the pitcher gives you, pulling that right through the gap into left field, line drive in a 3-2 count. Real aggressive, real confident swing, and a great way to start off your career.
Another pinch hitter for the Warriors. Man we saw take some at-bats in the first game, it's Alejandro Soriano.
And if someone turned to me in the crowd and said, Alfonso Soriano plays for Eastern Connecticut State, I said, no, it's Alejandro Soriano. But honestly, the production is almost the same thing. He raked last year, a senior on this team. Plays DH, plays outfield, but 360 batting average last year, 530 slugging. That is pretty impressive, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, some 2002 Soriano numbers right there. This guy.
Maybe no stolen bases like that, but the power's there, 3 home runs.
Could you imagine a 50-year-old Alfonso Soriano playing for ECSU?
Good thing we don't have to imagine that. We have.
It takes me back to the football season when I had a argument with Henry Burns about, I don't even remember the other team that we were playing, but they had another safety named Kyle Hamilton. And we were talking about what if the Ravens' Kyle Hamilton was in that game and how many people would he send home in an ambulance just from hitting them 10 times harder than a Division III football player. 0-1 to Soriano, grounded. Flavin able to pick that one up. He's trying to turn 2. He's got Fleischer going back. Soriano diving head first. Will make it in safe. Good job by Flavin to get the lead man, but the Jumbos can't turn 2.
Yeah, it's a bold decision there by Flavin. He had the free out there at first if he wanted it. Instead, looking to get the lead runner, which is obviously the better situation. And
I was going to say, bold choice to dive head first in the first base.
True.
Never. There's the ongoing debate: is that even faster than just running it out? But it works there. So now, fielder's choice, but man stays on first.
Lap will check in on Soriano.
We don't know too much about the potential speed that Moser would have had if he was on second or still was on first. But you're replacing him with Soriano. Had 2 stolen bases last season, so a bit of a threat, but.
Claiborne going to hit that one down into the left field gap. McKiernan going to cut that one off, but Jason Claiborne will get his first hit of the series. Kind of something crazy to hear about from a guy who, career-wise hits a 350 average, but first hit of the series for him.
I think it's all about just staying in your shoes, right? Taking it pitch by pitch. Right there, Patient got the pitch that looked good and just fought it off to the outer half. Opposite field base hit. Didn't smoke it, but certainly a solid piece of hitting. And now you got 2 on and 1 out, and you can do some damage.
2 on, the heart of the lineup coming into play. 2-hitter Leonzi up right now. Jumbo's bullpen is beginning to stir again. Lap, Leonzi skies this one. Whitfield's trying to track this one down, being called off by Solomon, who can't reel it in. Had a long way to run, had the ball in his grasp, but just couldn't close it.
And almost was able to grab that one. And, you might argue, hey, Whitfield was closer. Maybe he could have had that play, but being able to coordinate yourself after, being in that catcher's position is definitely difficult. When you're running into the ball, definitely much easier to try to get that one, but just barely out of reach for Solomon.
He made a beeline forward. It looked like he called off the catcher maybe, but that's a long run from third base all the way to pretty much behind home plate and just could not haul it in.
0-1 now to Leonzi. He swings again, going other way. That one's fouled.
That's the first ball that we've seen Leonzi kind of get his bat on that flung the other way. We mentioned that being a strategy that maybe maybe Brown could have used last time that they faced off against him. But hey, now we know that opposite field power is there, but it is an 0-2 count. So still a pretty good position here for Lap to be in.
And Leonzi, he's been very aggressive today, really, in every at-bat. Obviously 2 home runs in the first game, but been swinging a lot here in the second game. Hasn't had that success yet, but certainly waiting on it.
The 0-2 skied, but still in the infield. Wong and Fleischer looking for it. Fleischer will be the one to grab it.
Believe that was an infield fly. 2-man on. So out either way.
Still big out nonetheless. We're in a bit of a starting to become sticky situation if you were Lap, 2 runners on, 1 out, 1 in scoring position, and a deadly power hitter at the plate. But now things have calmed down a little bit. Malave, the batter now, last time up, walked to bring in a run when the bases were loaded.
And I like the faith that the Jumbo coaching staff has in Jacob Lap in his first appearance on the mound to fight through a little bit of adversity. 2-man on, 2 outs. Let's see what he can do. Obviously, we saw him get out of the bases loaded with only 1 run allowed in, and now, again, up against a power hitter. Can he attack the zone? Can he get him to chase? We'll see.
And remember, this is, still very early in the season. We're game number 3 out of, I think, 40-plus here for Tufts as they look to go pretty far into the NESCAC playoffs and beyond. So seeing what you got against a team that just won the College World Series in a non-conference game early in this year, really big opportunity here for Lab.
That one hit by Malave. Fleischer able to dive, pick that one up, throw to Wong in time to get Soriano at first. Or Claiborne, excuse me. Either way, Ozzie Fleischer with a great dive records the 3rd out, and it looks like we're going to have a pitching change come in for the Warriors. It's going to be Nolan Lincoln. Dan Driscoll's day is done. 6 innings pitched, 4 runs on 5 hits. And Lincoln will be the man they turn to try and keep this score where it is as things move forward.
Before we do that, let's talk about that play one more time. Fleischer with a diving stop, able to go over to second, which is typically the harder base to actually kind of force out just because of the fact that you get that head start, you get that secondary lead if you are on first base. But, again, just incredible play by Fleischer. He's a defensive player of the year.
There's a reason why he's a defensive player of the year, exactly as you just said. 2 outs, 2-man on. That is a pivotal moment in the game. That ball gets through, at least 1 run is scoring, most likely 1, maybe 2. But he covers that ground. He gets there. I think he makes the right choice to go to second. I think it would have been a tough play to get it all the way to first. But, again, that's why he's out there every single day at shortstop. Just a beautiful play. His 2nd diving effort of the game. And the Jumbos are thinking they're lucky stars. They got out of that with no runs put on the board. So, all in all, pretty solid debut for Jacob Lapp. And now Nolan Lincoln entering the game, a veteran guy, a proven guy for Eastern Connecticut. He's 6'5", 260. That's a big man. Number 30, you'll see him on the mound right now, but he was, I believe, an all-conference mention for the team last year, one of 8. Started, came out of the pen, 7 starts last year, 48 innings pitched. Not a huge strikeout guy, only 33 in 48 innings, but, he's not going to walk all too many guys either. 10 walks in 48 innings is something you really love to see. 3.72 ERA, and he was almost even better in the national championship season 2022 when he in 31 innings, 3.19 ERA, 8 walks in 31 innings. He's a guy that they absolutely trust to come out of the bullpen and really do what he has to do as a senior now and a member of that national championship team.
Yeah, against this Tufts bullpen that has not been proven to be super reliable just yet because they haven't really had many opportunities to put in some of their top guys. If you're Eastern Connecticut State, you'd want to still put yourself in a good position to get some runs on the board, to get back into this game, and putting one of your best relievers on the mound here in the bottom of the 7th, definitely a good choice. Lincoln did have 1 appearance so far this season. It was the first game of the year against Shenandoah, who, again, they are one of the best teams in the entire country. Was credited with a no decision.
Fleckner turns on the first pitch he sees, gets that one past the glove of Malave. That'll be a base hit for him.
And Malave looked like he was in on that close to the third base line, maybe looking for a bunt, always afraid of that speed, and that's what happens. You come up a little bit, and a line drive short hops you, gets right through the outfield. So, probably not intentional from Fleckner, but that's the downside of playing such aggressive defense. And you see, if you look to the left side of the field, he's in again. So now they're really worried about the bunt and maybe the bunt-steal combination.
Fleischer swings at the first pitch he sees. This one's skied, but in play. Moser not being called off there. The ball was in fair ground. So Fleischer will end up safe at first. Fleckner safe at second. Just poor communication happening between the pitcher-catcher duo of Moser and I'm blanking on the pitcher's name already. Guys, back me up here. Nolan Lincoln.
That's going to be an error on him, on Nolan Lincoln, E1. That's a cardinal sin in baseball. Ball goes up to the infield, and the pitcher and catcher collide. You can't be having that. Got to be clear on who's going to get it. And now 2-man on, no out, when there really should be 1-man on, no out. Or, 1-man on, 1 out. Not what you were looking for if you're Eastern Connecticut State. But Nolan Lincoln definitely just needs to take a step back, calm down, and throw the ball like he knows he can.
Pinch hitter coming in for Tufts. Malachi Pena's day is over as Lincoln goes to check in on Fleckner, but the ball will get away from Zader. Both runners will advance.
Man, just a couple of mistakes in a row. It's hard to say that that is another maybe error towards Lincoln, but the ball in a position where it was awkward for Zader to try to make that play. Ends up sailing past him after bouncing off of his glove. So now, with Lisco up, who again has proven to be a power hitter in just 2 plate appearances so far this season, very dangerous spot for ECSU.
AJ Lisco will swing, come up empty on that one. I have to throw an apology his way. I was on the mic for his home run. Accidentally called him Andrew. He was up against a pitcher named Andrew, and everything blended together in my head, so I said Andrew Lisco instead of AJ Lisco. I'm sorry. I botched your first collegiate home run call. That's on me. But
we'll make it up for
do
the
me a
second,
favor. Hit another one. Give me a chance to have some redemption.
It's another freshman on this Tufts team who's getting time early. I mean, hitting a home run in your first collegiate game, pretty impressive. He's back out here with runners in scoring position and taking a hard hack, fouling that one straight back is just, I really love to see all these different guys getting time, getting a chance to make an impact against a team that is proven and proven itself over the years.
0-2, Lisco swung on everything. That one grounded to Zader. Looks to see if a play could be made at home, but interesting things happening over at second. Fleischer thought that maybe Fleckner was taking off for home and could have tried to go to third.
Yeah, Fleckner danced around at third base. Looked like he might go and might not. Jumped back, jumped forward. I think that's a really tough call to make. The throw probably beats him home, I think, if he takes off. But, you want to lull the guy at second and maybe slowly toss it to first and then go. It's a tough call. I think he probably made the right decision. When no outs, you don't go. Maybe with 1 or 2, it's a different decision.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they keep the infield in. They're doing it again here with 1 out and that weak contact. The infield was played in a standard position. That's an easy run scoring. Instead, Fleckner remains on third, and another opportunity, this time passing the torch back over to Cooper Smith.
Hard hit ball to the shortstop. Tag to be made at the plate in time. I have to amend some of the statements that have been made before. The second baseman is not Zader. There is another ECSU member in there. That's Nick Montagna. And behind the dish is Soriano. So on these past couple of plays through the inner part of the infield, that has been Montagna making plays there, and tag at the plate made by Soriano, not Moser. Moser came into pinch hit, did not come in defensively.
And I think on that play, you see, with contact, Fleckner goes. He goes on contact, goes home. And I don't know if that's a 1-out decision. Obviously, you would go on contact with 2 outs, but, gets gunned down at the plate. It's kind of, that's a baseball play. It happens. You have guys on first and third now, but with 2 outs. So, good job from Eastern Connecticut to work around what has been a fair bit of trouble in this inning by keeping the infield in. And, Jumbos are being aggressive, but sometimes you hit the ball hard and you hit it right at an infielder.
Hard hit ball from McKiernan. This one going to right field. Fleischer will be in to score. Turning to go to third is Cooper Smith. Solid piece of opposite field hitting from Owen McKiernan grows the Tufts lead back to 4.
It seems to me like Tufts is seeing, now I'm doing it, Nolan Lincoln pretty well so far in this inning. A lot of hard contact, not in the air, but even the 2 balls fielded in the infield, and then now that one were pretty hard hit. Looks like, they're being aggressive. They are seeing the ball. And so, you live with that out at home plate if you can, drive one in to right field on the next at-bat.
Yeah, I saw Parent. I believe he was playing in still with 2 outs. Maybe he was holding somebody on in that situation. I'm not entirely sure. But it got right past him, and another clutch hit for McKiernan.
Check in on McKiernan at first. No tag to be made.
He's going to be somebody who gets a lot of opportunities this season. Left field's pretty wide open. We've seen a couple of different players take that spot. We saw Fritz, then McKiernan, and still Ben Leonard as an option over there.
1-0 from Lincoln to Wong. That one not good for a strike. (2-0) pitch to the Jumbo's second baseman. Taken outside, ball 3. A walk here would load the bases for Connor Flavin. 3-0. Wong takes. Metrics say to do so. Good for a strike.
Is that true? Don't hitters hit better in a 3-1 count than any other count?
Not for Tufts. For Tufts, the metrics say 3-0 take.
You're telling me.
I haven't seen in like the last 2 years anyone swing 3-0. Wong swings on the 3-1 though, fouls it back. Count full, 2 outs. McKiernan will now be in motion.
Yeah, they actually sent him there on that 3-1 count, which maybe defensive indifference, just trying to focus on the batter at the plate. You also set up that first and third situation where if they do throw it over and they're trying to make that tag, you can allow for Smith to come in to score, but he'll be going up again here on the full count.
Payoff pitch, grounded to the shortstop Donahue. He'll look to go make the play at first. Parent receives it cleanly. Out number 3. 2 runners stranded. 1 tacked on for Tufts. Lead back up at 4. ECSU needs to start to climb back into this one. Top of the 8th, about to come up. 4th, 5th, and 6th hitters in the lineup due up for the ECSU Warriors. Pitching change for Tufts. Jacob Lapp's day is done. Liam Wilson will make his 2nd appearance of 2024. First appearance in the game against Brandeis through 1 inning. Had 1 walk, 1 strikeout, no hits allowed.
Yeah, Wilson's been a part of the bullpen solution for the last couple of years. Of course, now entering his senior season out of Darien, Connecticut. Was in 7 games in last season. Had a 2-0 record over 7.2 innings pitched. And looking to be an even bigger part. Again, question, what will his back end look like here for the Jumbos now that Brendan McFall is not a part of this team anymore? And it looks like Liam Wilson is going to be one of the first players to get that call.
Yeah, and Wilson is a guy, I think, where they see that there's a lot of potential there. He had a couple games last year where, no hits, came in against 1 game against UMass Boston, 1 inning, completely clean. He had 2 perfect innings against MIT with 3 strikeouts, but, another game against UMass Boston gave up 3 earned runs in a third of an inning. Another time, 5 hits, 3 runs in an inning and a third. So he just a little bit inconsistent and ended up, the ERA didn't look too good last year overall, but he's a guy I think they like the stuff, and as you said, as they look to really put together the back end of this bullpen as a senior, someone who has appeared in games before, someone that they will look to see if he can make a difference.
First pitch from Wilson to Parent was low for a ball. Second one fouled.
See, Wilson, 6 foot tall, so not too large on the mound, but still able to whip that fastball in there pretty well from the right side. Definitely somebody who does have a lot of power, and we're looking for people who can match that of Brendan McFall. Maybe an answer.
Of course, you have to remember, before Brendan McFall, Tufts had a pretty lockdown closer, and Michael Volgende had a couple of all-NESCAC honors with his time here in Medford. McFall was a starting pitcher, but became perhaps an even more dominant closer when he assumed that role, and I haven't seen a save opportunity yet for Tufts this season. 4 runs potentially could be that cutoff marker for when they choose to go to the guy that they have deemed the new closer. So we'll see if they will choose to go to one of those arms when we get to the 9th inning. For now, Liam Wilson versus Parent. Fleischer diving, grabs that one again. Long, strong throw will get Parent.
He's unbelievable. I mean, at this point, it's routine. It is routine for him out there at shortstop to just make plays that boggle the mind. That's the second time today that ball seemed like it was in the outfield, and he just full dive, and this time makes the extension, throws all the way back to first. Come on. Can't do it any better than that.
Yeah, it's not just the diving play, which is impressive in itself. It's the ability to get up quickly and fire a strike right back over to Flavin before the runner is able to get over to first. I mean, incredible job on the defensive end by Ozzie Fleischer. He's, always a solid contact bat, and having that defensive presence right there has been vital for this Jumbo team over the last 3 seasons.
I don't want to be that guy, but when you have a Mets fan, a Red Sox fan, and a Yankees fan on the broadcast, I think
we
at
all
least
agree.
one of the two of us has to say it. Derek Jeter could never.
I wasn't even thinking that.
There's no need for that.
I wasn't even
completely unnecessary.
I wasn't thinking that at all.
Historically, one of the worst defensive shortstops of all time.
I mean, I'm not gonna have a rebuttal. It's just kind
He's
of
not
it is what it is.
Fact.
He's not going to indulge your debate.
That pitch from Wilson to Ballmer, good for his strike. He's ahead 1-2.
Firing strays out here. We're both in the same spot. All 3 of us are in the exact same spot. We have.
That one grounded. Wilson can't grab it. Fleischer coming in, picks that one up. Throw errant to Flavin. Good recovery in the backstop by Whitfield. Could have had a potential opportunity to tag back. Dive from Ballmer in time will keep him safe. He'll be a little rough to see after a great defensive play. An errant throw from Ozzie Fleischer. Ballmer will be safe on the E6.
Base hit. Infield single.
They ruled it a base hit. I mean, it was a tough play.
I agree. I think it's a tough play. He's coming in. He's on the run. That's not a gimme play by any means. I think we expect it maybe to be one because of how good Fleischer is at shortstop, but I understand that being an infield single. Guy is, racing down the line. You got to make a perfect throw. It could go either way, but I get it.
Potential conversation being had right now about if the ball went out of play on the throw.
Yeah, that's actually something I was thinking about as well. Sometimes, during the grounds crew meetings at the start of a game, you'll rule certain parts of the wall actually out of play, and that would allow the runner to advance. Doesn't look like that's the case here for Tufts, and so it will actually just be the runner staying at first base.
Check in on Ballmer at first, just to remind him that the pitcher is paying attention. Wasn't too far extended away from the bag. Francesco will ground one to Fleischer. Fleischer might look to turn 2. He's got one throw from Wong, not going to be in time. Lead runner out, but unsuccessful double play again for Tufts.
Fleischer been busy this inning, last couple innings in particular. Right there, I think that ball was hit just a little too slow to make turning 2 a realistic option, but does well to get the lead runner out at second base.
Shortstop Zach Donahue now up to bat, 1 for 3 on the day. Came around to score a run after he led off the 5th with a base hit.
This guy's got some speed. Of course, you have Ballmer over on first base right now, but we'll see what happens here. Francesco, I apologize. After the fielder's choice was ended up over there. But yeah, Donahue, Francesco, also somebody that can run, had 6 stolen bases last season. So kind of need every run you can get right now as you're down to your final outs.
Cut fouled back from Donahue.
Taking a look at the numbers. Wilson, 6 appearances in 2022, but actually combined for 12.2 innings. So he was using in more of a multi-inning role, has been kind of slimmed down to just, being a setup man, maybe a closer for this 2024 team.
Another cut foul back.
Some other options that could potentially be in that back end. I have my eyes on Justin Wells, the senior out of Stoughton, Massachusetts. I thought he had some good stuff, especially early in the season. Did get had a couple of rougher outings as we got towards the back half of the year, but he's definitely another person I'm looking at. Somebody that's Coach Fagdis and the rest of the crew already trust in the bullpen.
I mean, I think Donato looked really good in the first game today. More of a multi-inning guy, right? He came out of the pen for 4 innings, but 4 scoreless innings at that. I don't know what role they're looking at him to have. Maybe a swing starter in between kind of guy, but you love to see a first impression that's 4 scoreless innings out of the pen.
There's just so many bullpen guys who've had really good performances for Tufts that could potentially fill that spot. We haven't even talked about Jack Japleski, who showed up a couple of times and had some pretty nasty stuff as a left-handed pitcher. So wouldn't be surprised if he got the nod to be in that closing position. Of course, the setup man job is also free to take as well. Last season, we saw Aiden Tucker in that position. As Donahue will hit one right to Flavin, takes a little bit of time to step on the bag just because Donahue did not make an attempt to run, but the 3U in the scorebook will send things to the bottom of the 8th. Tufts looking to add on whatever runs they can to try and secure a fact that they will not have to hit in the bottom of the 9th and likely put everything in a 1-1 split position in the doubleheader.
But Wilson, I mean, to start off your season, 2 scoreless outings, can't be any happier than that, right? I mean, has had a couple rough goes of it the last couple of years, but, looking to really establish a place in this bullpen, as you talked about, to come in 2 outings in the first 3 games of the season, shut the door in both, move on to the next inning. You love to see that. That's definitely building up some good faith in the Jumbo dugout.
Yeah, that's 2 straight scoreless outings for Wilson, who, as you mentioned, had some good performances, but the ERA creeping up towards 7 in the last year after a couple of outings kind of got away from him a little bit. So a very good start here for the Jumbos, and so far the bullpen has actually been a pretty impressive start.
Pitching change coming through for ECSU. Nolan Lincoln's day is closed. Mike Fergalak will now pitch for the Warriors. Fergalak has appeared in 1 game so far this season through 1 inning. Did not allow any base runners. Had 1 strikeout in his appearance there.
Yeah, he had his first full season of play last year in his sophomore year. He had 14 outings where he struck out 21 batters over 14 2/3 innings. So that strikeout stuff definitely there. Interesting to see what he looks like here, the 6'2" right-handed pitcher out of Southington, Connecticut. And he'll have a pretty solid set of the lineup to work with for the Tufts Jumbos. Connor Flavin, definitely always a formidable force, the one to lead it off.
The 7-hitter, first baseman Connor Flavin, will lead things off for Tufts. 1 for 2 on the day, had a base hit way back in the 2nd and has struck out in his other 2 at-bats since.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Fergalak here. I mean, 21 strikeouts, 14 innings. That's pretty good stuff at the D3 level. ERA wasn't perfect, but certainly a guy who it seems like can do some damage, as I've said many times today.
This ball just out of the infield, but the shortstop Donahue able to reach out to his left, bring that one home for the first out of the inning.
I think the wind has got to be a factor today. I mean, the wind is blowing. You could see maybe if we change camera angles to the flag out in left field, you can see it on the left side of your screen. It's blowing. I mean, it's not crazy gusts of wind, but I think it's enough to make a difference, and we've seen some miscommunication on fly balls today, enough to make me think it's making an impact.
Patrick Solomon now into bat, chasing down his first hit of the 2nd game.
Might be his last chance to make your prediction come true.
Well, that one's hit very well to right center field. Chasing back is a diving Claiborne. Thought for a moment he had it, but immediately off of the strong throw in makes you second guess that decision. Solomon didn't get the home run, but had a pretty sharp hit double instead.
Yeah, he got a barrel on that one. I mean, he's again able to, turn those balls in the gap, those maybes, into doubles a lot of the time. This last year had 8 doubles, 3 triples on the year. And another extra base hit. It's off to a great start this season.
Credit to Claiborne, though, went to the full-out dive. I thought he made a highlight reel play on that one. I think the ball just came out at the end. You could tell a little bit when he got up. It was to throw him out at second. It wasn't I caught the ball. kind of reaction, but he really put a great effort on that one. Just ended up maybe an inch the wrong way.
0-1 to Whitfield, taking his first at-bat of game number 2.
You know, we talked about Eastern Connecticut State and the catcher position a lot. Jumbo's also lost a couple of, like a really, really solid catcher, one of the best defenders in Division III last year in Connor Bowman. And Whitfield, alongside Brawla, have been a solid platoon so far.
0-2 hit sharply to the new second baseman. Montagna will throw out Whitfield at first. Notably, Solomon does advance to third, so that insurance run to push things from a 4-run game where you could potentially have a big shot, grand slam to tie things up, but instead put things out of reach. You would have to fill the bases, have a hitter up, and then an extra one come up. If Fleckner and the rest of the Jumbos following suit are able to bring Solomon home. Fleckner 2 for 2 on the day, a single, a double, and 2 walks. That one hit sharply to Donahue at short. Bobble throw over to first. In time to get the speedy Fleckner. The run home will not count. Strong throw from Donahue preserves the 4 runs necessary to push things into extras for the Warriors as we head into the top of the 9th.
Yeah, when he bobbled that ball, I thought Fleckner was going to be safe. I thought, you know, the speed kills, but he made a really strong throw on a line and got him out. See who's coming out on the mound now for the Jumbos. It's going to be Robert Gray, the senior. For the record, assuming I can trust YouTube comments, the Brendan McFall endorsed Patrick Fanning for the 9th inning job. So, you know, keep that in mind. You know, we were talking about who maybe could take that role over, and I think the Jumbos are proving they have a lot of guys who are fit to do that. So today we're going to see not Patrick Fanning, but Robert Gray.
This will be the second time that Gray has pitched in the 9th inning. He pitched in the 9th inning in the Brandeis game, was absolutely dominant in that one. He came out with basically all fastballs that were, you know, touching the 90s from what I could overhear from the some of the baseball members in the booth with us holding the radar gun. Got 2 strikeouts in that appearance as well. Some of the guys that were in the booth made the comment of, up 26-5, top of the 9th, we're sending in Robbie Gray to go throw some of like the hardest fastballs that they have seen. They feel like that might have been a little bit mean. But in a 4-run game against a team that had already taken you down earlier today, maybe, you know, this is the move to go to. Go to the guy who's going to throw some bullets.
I'm looking at the warm-ups right now, and my question is, why have we not seen this guy in recent years? I mean, he missed the last couple of seasons. He wasn't – this is, you know, the first and second collegiate outings that he's had in his career. And he looks really good so far. He had a great performance against Brandeis Jordan, as you said, and we'll see what he looks like here in a safe situation.
He's chucking it right now in the warm-up pitches. I mean, we're behind the plate a little far up, but he's throwing hard. And I think, you know, it's a testament, as I said, to this program. Guys come here, and whether, you know, it's depth chart issues or injuries or whatever, but they come and they don't play immediately. Maybe they don't play for several years, but they put in the work, they grind, and they're committed to becoming, you know, a contributing member of the team. That's someone like Robert Gray. He's a senior now. This is really his second appearance ever. Hadn't really made any appearances before this year, but immediately ready to contribute and looking like someone who could be a piece in that bullpen for the Jumbos. Let's see, you know, if he can back up that first strong appearance with a second one right here.
Pinch hitter for the Warriors. This is the catcher we saw in Game 1, Hank Penders.
It's interesting. Control sometimes is an issue with these pitchers who can, you know, up that velocity. We saw some of his warm-up pitches go pretty high out of the zone, and now already facing a 2-0 count early.
That one grounded past Gray. Fleischers will pick this one up. Throw to Flavin in time, out number 1.
Textbook play at shortstop, per usual from Fleischer. You know, moving towards the middle of the infield, smooth catch, transfer, and get up to first base. And, you know, the faster the ball goes in, the faster it's going to come out, you know, off the bat. So hard hit ground ball, but made it look easy, did Fleischer, and Robert Gray gets a quick out.
Got another pinch hitter here, Jared Clark, coming in for this potential pinch hit at bat, sophomore.
I believe he started in left field for game number 1.
another one of those outfielders that's going to get some run. Good opportunity here in the ninth.
First pitch he sees swings through the fastball from Gray.
Ooh.
Second pitch.
That was a close one. I think that was borderline, but the velocity looks really good from our angle.
It's impressive. I mean, even compared to someone like Wilson we just saw in the 8th, I mean, this is a very different perspective here for Gray.
That one a little bit more inside than the previous pitch. That'll be ball 2. We're starting to see some of that trade-off of speed for control. One of the reasons why, if you look to major league pitchers, Jordan Hicks threw 30 of the 40 fastest pitches in, I think that was the 2022 season, at 105 plus, but had no control on it at all. So it's nice to see on the previous pitch that we just saw from Gray, tone down the velocity a bit, but able to find the zone for a strike.
And it still looks like he's finding his spots even on these misses. Like these, there's a very clear strategy here, it seems, against Clark, which is to work him in a little bit, and all those pitches kind of on that half of the plate.
3-2. This one fouled back. Clark having a pretty solid at-bat for a pinch hitter after being behind 2-2. Or not necessarily behind, but when one more strike can get you out versus 2 balls to walk you, it sort of is behind. Swings through that one, though. That'll be the first strikeout for Gray of this inning, picking up the dominance that he left for the judges and throwing it the way of the Warriors.
I like what I've seen personally.
Yeah.
I'm enthusiastic about Gray as a late inning option, and I think there's a lot to be taken out of today. We talked about Donato. You got a multiple inning relief type, and now a guy who can come in and just really throw the life out of the ball. In Gray, I really like what I've seen from the Jumbo's pitcher so far today, and Gavin Brown made a really good case to be that number 2 starter as well.
It was what we said at the top of the broadcast, right, Jared? Like, pitching is where Jumbos need to have a lot of their answers. We saw a lot of good performances so far, and if this is kind of what the back end looks like against one of the best teams in the country, I think we're in for a fun 2024 season.
ECSU down to their final out, sending up Jason Claiborne. That's their guy. Needs to find his way on the bags now to try and keep things going, but Gray continues to work as he has. That door might already be closed. Swings through that one, comes up empty, and now we're down to the final strike.
Man, up against another lefty. With Clark, they're working him inside. That pitch on the outside part of the plate. Hard to tell, hard to guess. And we'll see what Gray has to offer here on 1-2.
Swing and a miss. Gray strikes him out, and that's the game. Robbie Gray, another 9th inning, 2 strikeout performance, and the Jumbos might have found their man.
Man, that was impressive. I'm sitting back and wondering what the future of this Jumbo season can look like. A split of the doubleheader against Eastern Connecticut State University, a team that I think had a lot of expectations coming in, slated to win the Little East Conference according to the coaches' poll that came out to the start of the season.
Unanimously voted to win their conference.
I mean, a team that's won the national championship just a couple of years ago still has a ton of those pieces. And Tufts came up and played a very competitive series. 5-2 in the first game, 5-1 the other way in the second. That's a good sign. And we've seen Coach Vagdis say wanted to put his players through a more difficult start of the regular season before they head into conference play. And they've responded. They put up a very good performance. I think they'd be very happy with how things turned out today.
Yeah, I think it's a little weird to look at it differently for both teams. I think it's just so early in the season that it's hard to make any conclusions based on a game like this. I think for the Jumbos, you are enthused. This wasn't 26-5, but as you said, Eastern Connecticut, such a competitive team, to split the games with them, and the first game being one where, yes, you lost 5-2, but you had guys on base. Some of the things could have gone the other way, and then to come out and win the second one pretty much wire to wire, and with a great pitching performance from multiple guys. You're very happy with that. Eastern Connecticut, it's just tough. They've had a tough start to the season. I think, I can make a prediction now. I think they'll be fine. I think we'll look back in a couple weeks, in a month and a half, and they will be firmly towards the top of their conference as they do. But for Tufts to split with them and for them to split with Tufts, I think, there are pros and cons for both sides, but it was really a great day of baseball overall.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors, another super strong team. always also keen to putting up a very competitive schedule, especially at the start of the season. The Jumbos, just one of many teams that made the NCAA tournament that ECSU has already played so far. So even though they sit at 1-4, they've got another nice road trip. They're going to head to Virginia and then back over to Ohio before starting off Little East Conference play after their spring break. So still tuning up period for both of these teams, Jordan. But I think at the end of the day, both teams saw some things that could be worked on. But overall, I think a split, probably the best possible outcome that keeps both of these teams happy on their way home.
The end of 2 games at Medford. Both teams walk away with 1 win each. Both teams probably pretty happy with at least getting 1 win and knowing what exactly they have to do to work on as the season progresses. Thank you all for staying with us here at JumboCast for coverage of both of these games. We'll be right back with you guys on Tuesday as Tufts University Baseball faces off against Johnson and Wales. Until then, thanks for stopping by, and as always, stay home safely.